Welcome to the Singapore Economic Policy Forum 2021 Outstanding Economic Feature Award presentation. This is jointly organized by Economic Society of Singapore, ESS, and the NUS Economics Department. I'm Yao Hui, Assistant Secretary from the Economic Society of Singapore and from NUS, and we're honored to be MC for today. The Singapore Economic Policy Forum is the leading platform for economic policy discussions in Singapore. This year's theme is Sustainability in the Time of Uncertainty. So I hope many of you will find today's discussions insightful and engaging. So before we begin today's program, we invite Professor Satoru Takahashi, Head of the Department of the Economics Department, NUS, and Council Member of the ESS on stage for the opening remarks. Professor Takahashi, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Satoru Takahashi, and from the NUS Economics Department. On behalf of the Economic Society of Singapore and the NUS Department of Economics, I thank everyone coming here and be part of the Singapore Economic Forum, the 13th time. I also thank all the speakers for accepting our invitations and contributing to today's forum. Singapore Economic Policy Forum is an annual event that four of the universities in Singapore, NUS, NTU, SMU, and the SUSS, take turn and co-organize with Economic Society of Singapore to discuss economic discussions annually, except the last year for the obvious reason. I am very excited at this time to welcome all of you this time, either in person or online. The theme of today's forum, as you already said today, just now, the sustainability in the time of uncertainty. Sustainability has always been an important concept in the areas of environmentalism, economic development, and social good. It is especially relevant in challenging and uncertain times like now. Today, we will hear how innovative technology can improve our society's sustainability. We will also learn various new developments in financial markets, like blockchains, climate-integrated investment management, central bank green finance. We will also dig deeper into the sustainability policy making in the context of Singapore. I hope you will enjoy today's speeches, panel discussions, and networking. I wish everyone a safe and productive day today. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Professor Takahashi. Now we'll now begin the first session for the Singapore Economic Policy Forum 2021. It's presented by Mr. Kok Heng Soon, Chief Executive of Government Technology Agency, GovTech. We invite Mr. Kok, please. Mr. Kok.
Sorry for the technical glitch, everybody. But good morning, everybody. Thank you. Good to see so many of you here. I'm not sure how many people are joining us on the online. But thank you for the invitation to share my thoughts on the building of a smart nation. Okay, so over the next about 25 minutes, what I'm going to do is to kind of lay out the case of why I think digital disruption is different and necessary, explain what smart nation is about, and the initiatives that we are taking to make our lives better. And before ending with some thoughts about the next bound of technology and the areas that we must kind of pay attention to if we are to succeed. Now, I should actually show this in the chemistry society, not in the economic society. Yeah? But actually, I think to think about the type of technological disruption that could impact our lives over the next decade, I actually find this periodic table of 100 disruptive technologies, which is published by the Imperial College, particularly interesting. So let me orientate you to the table. Yeah? Each technology is expressed by a chemical element as an element that is color-coded and slotted into the space across two axes. The The y-axis tracks the potential of disruption from low to high, as you can see, and the x-axis determines how soon it will become a reality. The green elements in the bottom left-hand corner are happening now. For example, cryptocurrencies, CR, or smart appliances, SE, are now part of our modern life. The yellow blocks will come to pass in the near future. For example, human organ printing, identified as OP. And the red elements are a more distant concept, which could be 20 years away from becoming a reality, such as data in the brain or battlefield robots, which sounds like a script coming up from Iron Man. But I think it's important for us to recognize that each of these disruptive technologies don't work alone. It is the coming together of these technologies that are creating these waves of disruption that's transforming organizations, industries, and even nations. And one wave in particular, which is characterized as the digital wave, is different from the rest. Advances in the field of robotics, IoT and data, and its amplification when it interacts with each other, have been likened to the introduction of commercial industries. Companies that see the potential and seize the opportunity to transform are rewarded by the market. Companies who ignore them have either languished or in some cases exited the industry. And one good way to underscore this point is to look at the top 10 companies by market cap across time. In 2011, there were only 3 digital companies. The other 7 are mainly oil and gas, consumer, and industrial goods companies. Look at the list in 2021. 6 of the top 10 are digital companies, and I've included Tesla, because Elon Musk has famously said that Tesla is not a car company, but an AI robotics firm. And when you expand the list to cover non-US firms, you include 2 Chinese companies, Tencent and Alibaba, making it 8 out of 10 of the globally top companies by market cap. This is a very stark contrast to the economic order just a decade ago. Companies must therefore either adapt or face extinction. A company that successfully transformed itself is Ping An, a Chinese insurance company. Instead of seeing IT simply to support their client business, they set up a central tech group to invest in key digital capabilities such as AI, to improve the efficiency of existing processes, and to incubate and innovate new products. Motorists in a car accident now uses the Ping An Smart Fast Lane app to take pictures of the damaged car. AI will then cross-reference it with millions of photos in its database to recognize the extent of damage and instantaneously indicate an insurance payout. And in most cases, Ping An can reimburse the money into the motorist's account even before the car gets towed away. And AI has enabled Ping An to build an entirely new business. Ping An Good Doctor has an AI doctor that provides a smart diagnosis plan based on big medical treatment plans of millions of records for the doctor's reference. The initial 3,000-man internal IT team is now a 22,000-man technology company with AI-based solutions that spun off new ventures across different verticals completely outside of the insurance business. Ping An is a good example of a company that has fundamentally changed their business model through digital technology. And it is not just companies that embrace digital technology to transform themselves. Cities such as Barcelona have proximity sensors on their lampposts that adjust the brightness based on human traffic. When the streets are empty, the lights automatically beam down to save energy. And the lampposts are also further equipped with sensors that collect data on air quality, which are monitored by city agencies and open for subscription by the public. And if you are a tourist, you will benefit from the lampposts being part of the city-wide Wi-Fi network, providing consistent free internet access throughout Barcelona. And the city has a smart irrigation system that uses sensor data to automatically trigger irrigation in public parks and prevent overwatering. There are smart bins that use vacuum to suck the waste underground into central collection zones, and the incineration of the waste is then used to produce energy for heating systems. Another city well known for its smart use of technology is Hangzhou, a city of 7 million people. The city government has built a brain that connects data banks of 70+ government entities, enabling 4,500 APIs that support more than 7.6 million calls per day. These metadata enables the brain to use AI to become smarter. So traffic speed is now 15% faster in the city. Road accidents are now automatically detected so that they can be responded to faster, and illegal parking is also tracked live. The city has developed an app called One-Click Escort, 一键防护, 一键护航, that actually speed up the dispatch of ambulances and fire engines. And with this, the vehicles blocking the roads are cleared in advance, and traffic lights are adjusted to green in the driving direction. As a result, the average driving speed of emergency vehicles went up by 50%, and the transit time shortened by 30%. With all these developments in companies and cities, building Singapore into a smart nation is therefore a strategic imperative. As a nation, we need to seize these opportunities in a new wave of technological revolution and industry transformation. And I thought this quote from PM when he launched the Smart Nation is particularly apt because it encapsulates what we want from building a smart nation. 3 elements stood out to me. 1, it is never about technology for technology's sake, but as a means to enable us to get on with our daily lives more comfortably. 2, it's about technology being a tool to connect us as a community and not to drive us apart or retreat into isolation. 3, it is about using technology as a driver for our future to stay in the forefront so we can continue to be successful and competitive as a nation. We have translated that vision to 4 areas of focus. 1 is the building of a digital government, one that is digital to the core, to develop and deliver integrated and seamless services more efficiently and more effectively. 2 is the development of a digital economy with companies capable of exploiting digital and data to transform their business and in the process create good jobs and new business opportunities. 3 is to foster a digital society that is digitally inclusive with a level of digital literacy that enables our people to participate in the digital world. And 4 is to build a smart city to improve the lives and experience of our people in their homes, in their communities, and their estates. And we've made good progress on all fronts. So let me share developments on our efforts in 3 areas. First, in developing seamless and integrated government services. How many of you have recently welcomed a newborn in your family? Well, not too long ago, this was a rather disjointed experience which will require you to go to multiple websites to complete the registration of your child, to claim the baby bonus, and if you'd like to give your child a head start, to open a library account. Today, we have streamlined the process by designing our services not by the way we are organized by agencies, but wrapped around key moments of a citizen's life. With Live SG, birth registration, claiming your baby bonus, and opening a library account for your newborn is now a seamless process they can complete in one go. Relevant services beyond the point of birth, such as health vaccination appointments, and all the way searching and registering your infant to daycare facilities have also been stitched together in the same app. Today, 7 in 10 newborns are registered with the Live SG app. We are taking the same approach with businesses. Getting a license to start an F&B business used to be a nightmare. The process is complicated. Business owners need to deal with 14 different agencies without clarity on which one to come first. They need to fill out tons of forms, often asking for the same information, and wait for months to get an application approved. Today, with Go Business, instead of filling up to 845 data fields in 14 forms, they need only 1 form to set up a new food services business. The turnaround time has been cut by 10 to 14 days, and they enjoy up to $560 in cost savings because unnecessary steps in the application process have been removed. Now, it is difficult for you to relate to registering a newborn or setting up an F&B business, then let me give you hopefully a more everyday experience. If you try giving feedback on ground issues affecting your community, well, it used to be a nightmare because depending on the issue, you must approach different agencies. If it's about lift breakdown, you've got to contact HDB or town council. If it's pests, contact MEA. And if you notice a tree that needed pruning, well, you must first determine where that tree sits. If it's in a housing estate, you call the town council. If it's in a park, you call NPark. Clearly, getting residents to give feedback to improve their lived environment shouldn't be so complicated. Which is why we've now created a one-service app, as a single platform for residents to give feedback on municipal issues without having to figure out where to go and who is in charge. With one service, you can submit a case ranging from cleanliness to illegal parking to pests and even cases of abandoned supermarket trolleys. Reporting a case is also now made easier through a WhatsApp chatbot service. Using AI and natural language processing, it allows us to identify the issue based on the chats and direct the cases accordingly. Check it out by texting hi to the number in front of the screen on WhatsApp and save that number for future reporting purposes. Let me now touch on our efforts to improve the lived experience through technology. I'm not sure if any of you have visited HDB rental blocks in Kreta Ayer or Radin Mas, where a high proportion of elderly reside. Each rental flat used to have a pool court installed where the elderly can activate for help. Unfortunately, these pool courts are fixed, and sometimes fixed not at the location of need. It also doesn't allow communication or triaging, and it's difficult to deactivate if it is wrongly pulled. We are now progressively replacing the pool courts with personal alert buttons that are wireless and can be placed anywhere the seniors want. It has two-way communications capability and is integrated with the 24/7 support service. Over 6,000 seniors living in 53 rental blocks are now enjoying the service, and it has handled over 400 medical emergencies and saved many lives. Beyond the personal alert button, smart technologies are increasingly integrated into our HDB estates. New HDB blocks now have smart lighting in common corridors to reduce energy consumption. Human counting sensors inform the town councils on highly used common areas, spaces that requires more cleaning. An urban water harvesting system channels rainwater into an underground detection tank with a sensor. The water will then be gradually released in public areas, helping with flood control. And this smartness is not just limited to common areas. New HDB units in Pongo now come pre-installed with a smart distribution board. Residents can download a home energy monitoring app and receive detailed information about their energy usage and ways to optimize it. And this is obviously particularly important given the increased electricity tariffs. And to scale it beyond housing estates, we are building the Pongo Digital District, which will bring the application of technology to a whole new level. PDD will integrate residential districts, a business park, a university campus, community facilities, and a network of parks and water bodies to transform the way we live, the way we work, the way we learn, and the way we play. Pongo will be a green and sustainable town that minimizes waste and maximizes resource efficiency. Homes will be outfitted with the built-in smart sockets and the smart distribution boards I spoke about. Around the estates, features such as smart lighting will save energy. And just like Barcelona, the pneumatic waste conveyance systems will minimize traffic, noise, pests, and smell nuisances associated with traditional waste collection. Let me now talk about our third focus area in building a society that is digitally connected and enabled. Digital inclusion is important because the benefits of Smart Nation ought to be accessible to people from all walks of life. COVID-19, which resulted in many activities being moved online, has accentuated the need to ensure that our underserved communities are not left behind. One group of concern are our seniors. Smartphone usage for residents aged 60 and above has jumped from 40% in 2019 to 60% in 2020. This is an encouraging trend, but there is still a significant portion of our seniors who may be locked out of services as the economy becomes increasingly digital. So we have a Seniors Go Digital program to impart digital literacy skills to seniors. More than 100,000 seniors have benefited from it, and is designed as a one-stop service, like going to the polyclinic, right? So seniors can drop by any of the CCs or the public libraries to meet the digital ambassador, who will then walk them through anything from using WhatsApp to scanning QR codes. And there are even learning journeys, like a mini-mart for seniors to practice making e-payments. The whole idea is really to lower the barrier and make the entire Go digital experience like masa-masa for our seniors. We're also helping our companies go digital. A big focus is our SMEs, because they are contributing nearly half of our GDP and employ over 70% of our local workforce. To get them started, IMB has partnered DBS, OCBC, and M1 to develop a Start Digital Pack. It offers SMEs trials and subsidized rates for digital tools in domains like HR, accounting, and marketing. Small businesses can now try out, for example, QuickBooks, an automated accounting system, or MailChimp, a marketing automation software to improve their productivity. And after getting started, SMEs can join the Go Digital program. There are self-serve checklists, grant support, and even a CTO as a service web portal for recommendations. More than 75,000 SMEs have adopted digital solutions through the program. SMEs who may be more advanced in their digital journeys also receive support. The SME Digital Tech Hub provides specialist digital technology advisory in domains such as data analytics and cybersecurity. Needless to say, our efforts to increase digital adoption got a big boost from COVID-19. McKinsey study reported that consumer and business adoption of technology has vaulted 5 years forward in a matter of 8 weeks. Consumers now have greater motivations and fewer perceived barriers to seek technology-enabled solutions to assist in everyday living. Companies are also embracing digital payment like never before. Hawker centers, right, one of Singapore's last bastions of cash transactions, are now more digital, with SGQR codes becoming ubiquitous in every store. As a result, the value of Pay Now transactions have grown by over 220% in the first 10 months of 2020. Correspondingly, cash withdrawals from ATMs fell by more than 30% year-on-year between March and November last year. This is the unexpected silver lining under COVID. And as a government, we are taking advantage of this opportunity to lock in the gains from digitalization and push the Smart Nation agenda forward. This pace of disruption, and more importantly, the possibilities presented by technology, is going to increase further with the advent of two technologies. One is 5G, and I'm sure you'll be hearing a lot about 5G and how you'll be making dramas, watching dramas on the commute infinitely faster. But this technology is not only going to make Netflix and YouTube faster, it's going to enable a whole new frontier of applications in domain ranging from healthcare to retail. Why? Well, because 5G is significantly better than 4G. 5G will deliver 10 times higher speed, reduce latency by 10 times, and enable 100 times the number of connected devices in any given area. The reduced latency of 5G will make remote operations of robots more feasible than ever, whether in construction sites or even in surgery. Augmented reality applications will be less laggy and will create a new industry of content delivery, whether for entertainment or education. To accelerate the public sector's adoption of 5G ahead of nationwide rollout, we recently launched 5G at Sentosa, public-private sector collaboration involving GovTech, Sentosa, and Singtel. Over 10 trials are underway and more in the pipeline. The trial you see on the left is a collaboration between NEA and NTU on autonomous road sweeping trucks. With 5G, these trucks can be remotely controlled by operators located about 20 kilometers away in Jurong West. The trial you see on the right is a bit more fun. Singtel has launched 2 leisure experiences for visitors to race remotely controlled cars. If you have some free time over the holidays, I encourage you to check them out in Sentosa. The second technology is artificial intelligence. There's a lot of hype about AI, and actually put quite simply, AI is just a term for a collection of mathematical and computational systems that use machines to process data in intelligent ways to mimic humans at certain specific tasks. For example, you train an AI algorithm to detect whether a picture depicts a cat or a dog. And by using machines instead of humans to do such tasks, we can achieve much better scale and efficiency. And AI is already quite pervasively used in our everyday life, right? When you're on Google looking for something up, those suggested search terms are actually generated by AI, drawing insights from billions of other searches like yours. When you watch Netflix, those movie titles appearing on your homepage are the result of a recommendation AI engine that learns your viewing preferences and gets fine-tuned if you diligently rate the shows that you watch. And for those of you who own a Roomba, it uses AI to map the layout of your room or your house and learn which areas you should navigate to. And you can almost think of these as an early precursor to the future of autonomous vehicles. We are therefore harnessing AI to deliver impactful social and economic benefits for citizens across key sectors, like healthcare, education, and transport, under the National AI Plan. An AI-enabled tool called Selena Plus is now deployed in polyclinics to analyze eye scans to detect diabetic-related eye conditions. If left undetected, these illnesses can lead to severe vision loss or even blindness. With accuracy on par with human radars, cellular plasma only reduces the strain on our healthcare manpower, but improves the quality of care achieved by our citizens. AI is also now deployed to support learning in schools. Those of you who have school-going children are probably familiar with the Student Learning Space, which is the online learning platform used during circuit breaker. Very soon, this platform will have AI-enabled learning feedback assistant for English that will provide students with immediate and targeted feedback on their work. With the AI handling identification of basic language errors, teachers can focus on their feedback on more in-depth areas like content and the style of writing. But to realize this exciting technology-enabled future, we need to pay attention to three things. One is cybersecurity. As we increasingly connect more of our lives to the digital space, we are also risk exposing more of our critical systems and information to malicious actors. The future of cyber hacks won't just be about big NRICs and passwords. It may include crippling attacks on critical systems like our water supply or electrical use, which will create severe emergencies in the real world. And we are investing heavily in this area. We are focusing on the threats facing us today by building a strong operations response team that can monitor, respond, and mitigate threats quickly. We are also thinking about the threats of tomorrow and protecting ourselves against it by testing and attacking our own services and baking cybersecurity into the design of our applications from the get-go. Two is data protection. Some of you may recall the widespread backlash after WhatsApp updated its privacy terms. This underscores how the public is increasingly sensitized to data privacy issues. And we have put in place a robust data governance structure that will help due protection to personal data and privacy. The public sector has made widespread improvements in how we protect, store, and manage sensitive data. And three is talent. Demand for ICT talent remains high despite COVID. The ICT sector already employs over 200,000 people today, and there are around 500 new job listings every week. We estimate we might have over 60,000 additional ICT jobs over the next 3 years. But we just don't have enough supply to meet this demand. We can't just count on fresh talent graduating from our schools, because that's only about 3,000 a year. We need to work with the full spectrum of Singaporean talent and encourage more to make career switches and explore a career in IT. Even within the public sector, we are making a concerted effort to increase the digital quotient of our public officers. This year, we launched the Digital Academy, a learning platform offering best-in-class technical programs designed for the public sector. In our first year, we will be offering over 95 courses developed in partnership with industry leaders like Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. Let me round up with 5 key points. First, digital technologies are disrupting the economic order. Companies and cities that successfully embrace and adapt will thrive. Second, Smart Nation is about harnessing technology to stay ahead as a global city and to improve the lives and the livelihood for all. Third, tangible benefits are increasingly realized as we build a digital government, develop a smart city, and foster a digital society. Fourth, the next wave of technologies in 5G and AI will accelerate the pace of digitalization and bring new opportunities. And finally, for us to exploit these technologies safely and sustainably, we need to invest in building capabilities in cybersecurity, data privacy, and in our people. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you found the sharing useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koh. It was very insightful, don't you think so? Now, so what's going to happen next is that we'll continue the forum now to the second session presented by Dr. Sanjay Kutan, the Chief Technology Officer of the Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization. Dr. Kutan, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah, that's great. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts on electric vehicles. One thing I'm avoiding, I'm not going to discuss about the merits of whether it's cleaner or dirtier. There's a lot of debate around that. And recognizing that you're from the economic society, I thought I'll take a different lens around it and look at the opportunities it brings to the nation in terms of economy. Is the slide ready? It was great to have the previous speaker go ahead first and sort out all the tech problems. Very good. Well, as I thought about it, and I said, okay, if we decided to go big on electric vehicles in Singapore, and it has to have a greater impact than just consumers having a new toy to drive around with. So I tried to look at where these impacts could occur, and I obviously 8 is just a first cut, but I'm sure there'll be more. But I thought, these were the main ones that I wanted to present some ideas around. So if you look at the electric car, traditionally it has more than 20,000 parts. And now you're moving to, a car would have more than 20,000 parts, and you're moving to a car that has 2,000 and less. Which changes the complexity of car manufacturing. If you're familiar with car manufacturing, the concept of just in time is very important, right? And when you have less parts, you create a different level of efficiency in terms of manufacturing the car. But what does it mean for Singapore, actually? And a lot of companies, especially in the electrical and electronics sector, will see an opportunity to actually build around themselves in this ecosystem. So when Hyundai decided to do car manufacturing in Singapore, it straight away begins to have to look at the stakeholders around its manufacturing and start looking for opportunities. So there's opportunities in that oldest aspect. And if you look at advanced materials, when you go into electric, the form factor, the weight, has the opportunity for innovation. So we're looking for lighter materials, stronger materials, and this presents new opportunities for people in that group. Similarly for additive manufacturing, instead of having a lot of stocks, you can actually start manufacturing on demand. And customization, for example, of your wheels is an opportunity as well. Then when you look at car ownership in itself, the traditional I go and buy and use is now being also disrupted, and the electric car presents an opportunity for people to start thinking differently. So you have, the famous Blue SG car sharing schemes. We tried car sharing many years ago, if you all recall, and it really didn't take off. And suddenly when it became electric, for some reason or another, consumers were more willing to latch on to the car sharing scheme. And there's an interesting mindset change that happened that makes car sharing now more viable than it did 10 years ago when it was first conceived. When you look at car leasing, so for example, because of the warranty period on the electric battery, which doesn't coincide with the COE, which means you have a 5-year warranty and you buy a car which has a 10-year COE, you're going to come up to a problem after the 5th year because you either pay another $20,000 to $30,000 to replace the battery, or you don't have a secondary market. So the sweet spot really for Singapore, because we are unique in the COE system, is the battery warranty matches the COE. Then it de-risks for the consumer. But if you wanted to adopt an electric vehicle earlier, considering all these things, and also, of course, being a new technology, you wonder what the real cost of ownership would be. Car leasing is actually now becoming more prevalent. The idea that I need to own my car because it's a phase thing has actually now kind of disappeared. Now we can actually, and I'm saying this because I actually lease an electric car, so I'm one of those. The other thing is, OCBC is the green financing wave has come up, making the car more affordable, which is also a very important business opportunity as well. The other thing on the battery, what people don't realize is the battery performance for a car, when it actually dissipates, the remaining battery life is actually still a very good battery. It just doesn't have the performance requirement for a car. And this second life actually has economic value, which is going to be potentially linked with renewables and other stationary systems that can actually benefit from the second life of the battery. So it doesn't mean it goes straight away into recycling. You need to exploit those kind of opportunities as well. The other thing that's come up, and you'll see local companies now beginning to manufacture charging infrastructure. And because while there's standards on terms of where and how they connect to the car, the form factor of the charging infrastructure is still very open. And Chatbot, for example, has miniaturized the charging infrastructure, but yet able to deliver the same amount of electrons to cars. What this has done is, it's able to put their charging infrastructure on HDB pillars, which are very narrow, 33 centimeters of diameter. So this kind of unique opportunities create for innovation to come up with new designs and better structures. Then the sales process, whether you're completely into the sale or you actually rent, operate, the digital background on the charging infrastructure becomes a lot more, there's a lot more space for innovation, and that has actually stimulated tech development and research, especially in the V2X opportunity. There's a whole area there. But in Singapore, one of the big challenges is the electricity market. We don't really have a tiered price system that allows this time of use differentiator to actually leverage V2X. And maybe these are the things that will come up in the future. And the trigger points and the value of electrons is actually going to kind of ascertain and determine the type of charging infrastructure we have, whether we can link them to renewables directly because of the cost of the infrastructure. So these are kind of things we can begin to play around with and start thinking through the charging infrastructure just not being a device that charges the car. The other thing is, when you look at malls that have started putting electric charging infrastructure in has an opportunity to attract people to their malls, because there is this, this whole idea that the electric car takes too long to charge. But if you're going to go shopping and go watch a movie, your car is sitting idle anyway in the car park, you can do opportunistic charging. And that's another way to get around managing and getting greater utilization on the charging infrastructure, and also topping up on your fuel electrons. Right? Malls can get green mark points, and that's been already incorporated, and hopefully we'll see more of that happening. Of course, obviously the challenge of this is when you have a building that's supposed to be ultra low energy, then you have the charging infrastructure that actually increases the load. So somewhere along the line, the policy needs to kind of be some kind of coherency between ultra low energy requirements and also the ability to facilitate the penetration of electric cars. There's obviously additional revenue opportunities, and the business model then can change. The mall that just doesn't buy electrons, but is able to tie the sale of electrons to other point of sale opportunities, co-branding, offering benefits to participating mall tenants, right? The other big variable is the petrol stations. Petrol stations are located I used to work for ExxonMobil, so I can tell you that there's a lot of calculation that goes behind installing a petrol station. Understanding traffic flows, consumer behaviors, when they top up, all leads to the revenue generation of a plot. And these plots, when they tender for it, can be anything from $50 to $100 million for a 30-year lease. So you need to get your business model right. So therefore, the petrol stations are actually sited at the right sites where consumers are actually moving. So there's an ideal time for them to start thinking of this transition, because the bus has already left the station, and we are going to go electric. So how do the petrol stations with remaining significant needs on their land transition this change? And obviously with the PHEVs, you still need a bit of petrol because it's a plug-in hybrid, right? The other thing is RECs, and was announced this week that we now have a standard for renewable energy certificates. Now, how do we leverage RECs through the type of electrons that we provided through the petrol stations is also a new opportunity. There's a limit, so once the penetration goes above 5% or 10%, then the opportunity to use RECs are limited. But until we reach that point, there is opportunity to leverage renewable energy certificates and carbon credits. And there are companies in Singapore that actually provide that advisory. The other thing is, when you look at car park owners, utilization is a very important factor in their investment in building a car park and leasing the area. So how can it also start increasing the utilization rate by providing charging infrastructure and benefits around it, right? Then it's need to start thinking of how do they deal with electricity retailers to provide a differentiated offer, not only in price, but also through these charging stations, other kind of point of sales and collaboration between the vendors. Again, there is the REC opportunity. And then one wonders if people are actually going to charge and your car park is in an area where there isn't any other distractions, then does it present an opportunity to put pop-ups to extract more value from the presence of consumers there? The big area that is still being much debated, and you've seen something in the press or social media, MCSTs have to vote on whether they have charging infrastructure. Depending on whether you need a 90% vote or 75% vote based on the constitution, there is still a big debate. Not everyone is convinced that they should install charging infrastructure. But if they do, then you don't just see the infrastructure being put in without thinking about, can I have rooftop solar systems to enhance the value proposition of the charging infrastructure. Other on-site renewable energy, like waste to energy, could be an opportunity, and also for the whole condominium, whether they can get benefits from carbon offset mechanisms, right? Let alone the sale of electrons from these condominiums. The other big thing, and I think this dovetails to what the previous speaker was talking about, is platform as a service, software as a service opportunities abound for cloud-based solutions. And you see a lot of this already beginning to appear, where they're trying to work with charging infrastructure providers, OEMs, car users, to look at not just monitoring. So the monitoring part is the easiest part of actually of the equation, is how can you pull together different business models and tier pricing models to differentiate yourself, because unlike the petrol stations where they had different additives, the electron is an electron. You know, it doesn't matter from who it's coming from. The only differentiator of the electron is either the color of the electron, right, or how the electron is bundled with other services and promotions and things like that differentiates that use. because the charging infrastructure that has been put in has to go for the highest utilization rate to get a return on investment. So how do you attract people to use one charging infrastructure from another? And these opportunities through the digital space can help in creating that kind of differentiation that is required. So it needs a bit of imagination. And once you have that basis, then to use the data to optimize distribution of charging infrastructure, you're not going to have 60,000 distributed everywhere. You're going to have to kind of have some kind of analytics telling you where is the most optimal place and how much at every point. You're not going to have 60 single points. You've got to decide on using the data to tell you that this place is more crowded than another, so therefore you should have more stage stations there. And this kind of analytics can only come from the data that's going to be pulled out. The other thing is, we talk about point of sale, so retail offers and rebates can be done through these platforms. And when we get to the point of B2G, B2B, and B2 home, you will need software systems that allow you to enable that, especially at the right price signals. This is important because the infrastructure that goes in to create this B2X opportunity is not cheap. So you need to have the right price signals that makes that investment in the infrastructure worthwhile. And today we don't have an idea where those price signals are. Right? The platform also allows you to integrate all different service providers for charging infrastructure, which makes the consumer experience better. And of course, when you start managing renewable energy certificates and carbon credit, this digital platform allows you for accurate translation of those values. So and if you put blockchain on it, it becomes immutable. Right? So these are kind of opportunities that the platform can provide, but you need people to think about it, and then how do you actually coordinate it? And especially at the city level like Singapore, we need to use data and technology to optimize the infrastructure distribution because it is a costly affair, and we want to make sure that the utilization rate is as high as possible. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to very warm welcome the Minister for National Development and Minister in charge of Social Services Integration, Mr. Desmond Lee. Mr. Lee, please. Mr. Lee, ladies and gentlemen, may we now invite on stage Professor Winston Hua, President of the Economic Society of Singapore, and Albert Winsemius, Chair Professor of Economics at Nanyang Technological University, for his welcome address. Professor Hua, please.
Our guest of honor, Mr. Desmond Lee, Minister for National Development and Minister in charge for Social Services Integration, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you attending the 13th edition of the Singapore Economic Policy Forum. This annual forum is organized by the Economic Society of Singapore with NUS, NTU and SMU in rotation, with SUSS joining this series from next year. This year's forum is jointly organized with the NUS Department of Economics. Established in 1956, the Economic Society of Singapore, also known as ESS, is a non-profit organization of economists, professionals, academicians, and policymakers with a common interest in economics. The primary objective of ESS is to raise public awareness and stimulate public interest and debate in economic issues and challenges that are relevant to Singapore and the region. With that in mind, ESS organizes the Policy Forum annually to provide a leading local platform to facilitate economic policy discussions. Being a small and open economy, effective policy making has always been of paramount importance for the survival of Singapore. Foresight and prudence have done well in shaping past policies, bringing Singapore to what it is today. Many related recent events, both global and local, in public health and the broader economy, have accelerated the ebbs and the flows that comes with shocks and uncertainties. This can take its toll on the collective psyche and may bias us towards short-termism. While it is necessary to address immediate critical issues facing the nation, considerations of a way forward peppered with optimism, foresight, and prudence is still needed. Such is why the organizers have gone with the theme of sustainability in a time of uncertainty to discuss possible pathways ahead, and I look forward to these issues being discussed today at the forum by our lineup of excellent speakers. I note that this is the first hybrid in-person and online event that ESS has held. Just as Singapore society continues to adapt, so does its economic society. In defining future pathways, it might be worthwhile to seek some inspiration from a certain Dr. Albert Lucinius, who was Singapore's external economic advisor from 1961 to 1984. While he was Dutch, Lucinius fell in love with Singapore and spent the later part of his life working with Singapore's pioneering leaders. In the founding years of Singapore, Lucinius advertised prioritizing stability while preparing for long-term economic growth and development. Parallels can certainly be drawn to the present. Singapore's present challenges have to be addressed and should likely be a priority, but there is still a need to pair this with effective long-term policy making. On the topic of environmental sustainability, it might be surprising to some that Lucinius actually played an important role in designating Sentosa as an island resort to future Singaporeans. Pulau Belakang Mati, as it was known then, was the planned site where Esso's oil refineries will be relocated to. Lucinius strongly advocated for the alternative plan of developing Sentosa for leisure and recreational purposes. Lucinius' early sustainable ideas also included reusing materials from shipbreaking, emphasizing food security in Singapore, waste management, and sewage water purification and utilization. In this age of uncertainty and complexity, it is vital that Singapore continues to monitor and transform its economy dynamically, resiliently, and sustainably. While Lucinius was very successful in recommending pro-market policies, he was also very aware of market failures and the need for effective state intervention. Ultimately, Lucinius also cautioned that economic growth is just a means and not an end by itself. And this reminds us that it is the quality of life, the betterment of society, a good and clean environment that matters in a sustainable economy and nation. Our guest of honor, Minister Lee, as the Minister for National Development and Minister in charge of Social Services Integration, is of course very well placed to speak on these matters, and I thank him for gracing our event and being our keynote speaker today. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Minister Lee for taking time after his speech to give out the prizes for this year's ESS Outstanding Economics Teachers Award. The Outstanding Economics Teachers Award represents the epitome of quality teaching in economics at junior colleges. As an educator myself, I know that our teachers have been vital in sustaining the delivery of a high-quality education in these uncertain times. I would like to thank all teachers for their participation, including the selection committee, which comprises of members from ESS and MOE. Your efforts are always deeply appreciated. ESS is also grateful to our two sponsors for this award, publisher World Scientific and Professor Cantor, who are both here today. A special thanks goes to Ms. Tan Se Tin, seated right there at the last table, Senior Curriculum Specialist in Economics for the Ministry of Education, who has been a long-serving member of the ESS Council and is chairwoman for Educational Subcommittee. She has been instrumental in sustaining the Singapore Economic Policy Forum in this regard and the Society's other collaborations with MOE. Finally, I would like to thank Ms. Vivian Tay, our ESS Senior Manager and the team, and also our two ESS Honorary Secretaries, Mr. Zachary and Dr. Chua Lee, for administrative arrangements for this event. And I want to also mention a special thank you to my former colleague, Professor Liu Hao-Ming, who is seated right here in front, Director of SCAPE at NUS, who served as the coordinator representing NUS Economics Department with the ESS. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Desmond Lee to give his keynote address. Mr. Lee.
Good morning, can you hear me? It's a nice gadget here. Good morning to Prof. Houston Clark, President of the Economic Society of Singapore, society members, friends, teachers, individuals. Thank you for inviting me to the 14th Singapore Economic Policy Forum. I'm a lawyer by training. Speaking in the midst of economists, I've been very careful what I say. But let me first start by congratulating our winners and finalists of the Outstanding Economics Teacher Award. You've made the effort to find new ways of engaging your students amidst this unprecedented pandemic, including by helping them to adapt to home-based learning and to be able to use technology remotely to be able to convey principles of economics, to be able to help your students understand and grasp these principles. Some of it will be novel to them for the first time as learners. I think reflects your ability to teach and to inspire. As a discipline that studies the allocation of scarce resources, among other things, economics provides many useful insights for addressing the challenges of our time, such as the pursuit of sustainable development. Teachers like you play a crucial role in guiding students to learn and apply economic tools and concepts to these issues in the real world. And so congratulations and well done to all our award winners. As I said earlier, I wasn't trained as an economist myself, but at the Ministry of National Development, my colleagues and I rely on economic thinking alongside many other disciplines in the bid to fuse a multidisciplinary approach as we plan our city, and we supplement that with extensive engagement with stakeholders, with experts, with academics, with researchers, with the community, with people on the ground impacted by policies. Because in our small city-state, land is a very scarce resource, and we somehow have to find space for all the country's needs within the limits of a city. That is the heart of a city-state. One city, one state. So we have to be very creative and disciplined in our planning. And we have to balance many considerations: economic, social, environmental, and more. As well as the varying needs and aspirations of different groups of Singaporeans. And we need to steward our limited land resources sustainably and responsibly, so that Singapore can flourish not just today, but for many generations to come. Now, this is a big challenge which will only get harder as our city becomes more densely built up, and as aspirations grow, and as aspirations become more diverse. But it is also full of exciting possibilities and opportunities to innovate. Today, I'd like to illustrate how we address some of these challenges and balance the many considerations we need to think about in the context of our public housing policies, focusing in particular on the sustainability of a new model of public housing in very prime and desirable parts of our city as we grow and develop. Because for us, public housing provides homes for the majority of our people. Quite unique. It is the foundation on which we build so much of our lives. It is part of our national identity. And it helps us to meet many other needs and objectives. At its core, home ownership helps to give Singaporeans a sense of rootedness and a firm stake in our country. It is also an asset that Singaporeans can tap on if they need to supplement their retirement savings, for instance. A public housing policy represents a uniquely Singaporean blend of market principles and government intervention for important social objectives. It is heavily subsidized, also reflects some market principles in pricing. Larger flats and those in mature estates are more central and desirable locations to cost more, despite subsidies. We have a resale market, which is also highly unusual in the world of public housing. Many homeowners potentially may enjoy an upside when they sell and upgrade, especially when the economy is doing well. And this is just one way of sharing the fruits of our progress. This provides a strong foundation, but with public support, we can refine the policy levers of public housing to better achieve social inclusion and fairness, and the rationing of limited resources all around, as well as environmental sustainability, especially as new housing types emerge to meet the needs of today and tomorrow. For instance, public housing supports family formation, parenthood aspirations, and care across generations. It seeks to support our health and wellness. For instance, we've just launched the first health district in Queenstown. There's public housing for active aging, like our new community care apartments, and integrated developments like Kampung Admiralty and a new project at UT, which we've just announced. There's public housing plus social support to help tackle inequalities. So it's not just housing as a shelter, but with social support. The Community Link Program, ComLink, supports families with children in public rental housing. And HDB also has a dedicated home ownership support team. Then there's public housing plus sustainability. Through the Green Towns program, we aim to reduce energy usage by another 15% by the end of this decade. And importantly, there's public housing for social inclusion, because public housing is ultimately a social policy. Building diverse and inclusive communities where people from different walks of life can live together, interact, and foster strong social ties. That's where our new prime location public housing model, or PLH for short, comes in. We want to build public housing in prime locations like the city centre, so that these areas do not become exclusive neighborhoods that only the well-to-do can enjoy. Left to the free forces of economics and the free market, that's what's likely to happen. And we've seen this in many cities around the world. It will take a proactive strategy and the commitment of resources to counteract the powerful social and economic forces that tend invisibly to drive cities towards stratification and fragmentation, towards sorting on the social scale. That's why we rolled out the PLH model, prime location public housing model. And by now, you might be familiar with some of its key features. So let me just do a brief recap. We will provide additional subsidies to keep these prime flats affordable at initial sale. And to try to address the excessive windfall gains that this might lead to, we will recover the additional subsidies as a percentage of the resale price when the home is later sold on the open market. And to keep flats affordable and accessible upon resale, we will require resale buyers to meet prevailing eligibility conditions for BTO flats. And we will prioritize these flats for those who are genuinely buying a home by increasing the minimum occupation period. That means the minimum amount of time you have to live and occupy the flat before you have the chance to sell it, from the current 5 years to 10 years. And by this allowing the renting out of the whole flat at any point in time. It will also incorporate public rental flats into these prime locations where possible. Since we've announced the model 2 days ago, we've heard diverse feedback from all parties. Many were supportive, others raised concerns. We've received similar feedback through our earlier public consultations, and we made a call, and we had more than 7,500 people come to us with very, very passionate views, very sensible views, very considered views. And we understand so why there's that sense of wanting to participate in this discussion. After all, public housing, unlike many other cities around the world, touches the lives of many Singaporeans. So it is natural that so many are concerned about the impact of such new policies on them, on others, and on future generations. Let me take this opportunity to thank everyone for your views and to offer my thoughts on some of the issues that have been raised, both during the almost year-long consultation, but also over the last 2 days. For example, some people have asked, why build public housing on such prime land? Why not leave it to market forces and let the private sector develop the land for private housing? Allocate such prime and exclusive land to actors who can best maximize it. Indeed, we could have done so, and it would leave the government in a better fiscal position. But we believe that our housing estates ought to reflect the diversity of our society, and this is a core conviction. We are investing our land and limited resources for a more inclusive and cohesive society. Now, others have asked, why a new housing model? Why not just build flats and apply the same policies as we do all over the island? They will, of course, be sold at higher prices. Why do we need to put additional subsidies to benefit this group of fortunate buyers? They tell us, shouldn't flat owners pay for what they get? Especially if there's potential for big upside. So you want to live in such a place, you expect to pay higher, just market forces. Moreover, you're likely to be able to gain a profit for yourself. We understand these concerns. They're fundamentally about a sense of fairness. But without additional subsidies, these flats would only be accessible to a narrow group of wealthy buyers. We are therefore providing more subsidies to keep the PLH estates more affordable to a wider range of households. But we will recover the extent of the extra subsidies when the PLH flat is sold to be fair to other non-prime location flat owners. Now, some have suggested, if you're really concerned about resale prices and windfall gains, why not take these prime location public housing flats off the open market altogether? Let these flats be returned to the housing board only, so that HDB can control prices directly. You can understand these sentiments too. And we did study this possibility very carefully. But ultimately, we found that it would be very challenging to set the right price to buy back these flats. There was no strong consensus on this, even fierce debate and disagreement, even amongst those who had suggested broadly such an approach. Do we peg the buyback price to resale prices in other locations, or GDP growth, or some other permutation, or some other metric? Set it too low and it would not be fair to the flat owners. Set it too high and it would be unfair to other non-prime location flat owners who do not enjoy a similar government-guaranteed backstop. So market pricing is still useful as an allocation mechanism. It's not easy for government to always get the price right. But we will seek to temper the excesses of the market through subsidy recovery, as well as the tightened conditions for resale buyers, which will help to moderate demand. Now, on the subsidy recovery framework that is being introduced, some ask us if it would help to moderate resale prices, or would it in fact bump prices up, as sellers pricing the amount that they have to return to HDB. Now, if you recall, the subsidy recovery is intended to address the windfall gains that one will get from the sale of such highly subsidized locations, but at the same time also recover some or all of the additional subsidies that we have put in to allow people to buy homes there. They ask us, that's your objective, but will it cause an unintended consequence? It is indeed hard to say exactly how prices will evolve. It depends on so many factors and considerations, market considerations, buyers' sentiments, and so on. But the measures we put in place, such as the eligibility conditions for resale buyers and the longer minimum occupation period, should help to temper demand, especially more speculative demand, and thus dampen price increases. One of the deepest points of contention has been about the additional eligibility conditions for resale buyers on prime location public housing flats. We encountered this too in our public engagements. While many could accept restrictions on sale, initial launch, as well as some restrictions on resale buyers in light of our social aims, others asked whether these restrictions were fair, given that resale prime location flats are sold on the market and not at a subsidized price. They questioned, why are we excluding some groups of people from these prime location flats, even upon resale, if our aim is to keep these prime locations inclusive? Isn't there a paradox? Now, these are concerns that we grapple with too. Now, let me put it this way. It is not our intention to exclude anyone from these prime locations. If land and resources were not a constraint, one would seek to provide for all. But we also recognize that without some intervention, resale prices there would likely rise out of reach for many Singaporeans, thus excluding them in practice. So we do need some calibrated restrictions to keep prime location public housing flats accessible to a wider group. Bearing in mind that there remain other housing options in these prime central areas too, that can help cater to those who don't meet the current eligibility conditions. We settled on the BTO eligibility criteria as an objective set of means-tested conditions that Singaporeans are already familiar with. They cover a broad range of Singaporean households. For example, the prevailing income ceiling of $14,000 covers more than 8 in 10 resident households. And there will still be many better off households who don't qualify when given that feedback. But they should be better placed to afford other housing options in these prime central areas, like existing resale HDB flats or private housing. Others point out that an income ceiling doesn't keep out those who have low income but high wealth, such as children of well-to-do parents or well-to-do retirees. We considered this too, but it's not straightforward to comprehensively means test one's wealth or one's family's wealth. Our BTO criteria goes some way towards or serves as some form of proxy for wealth. For instance, we will disallow private property owners from buying a prime location flat until 30 months after they've sold off their private property. But it is hard to do much more in a meaningful way, though we remain always open to suggestions, and we'll keep studying the issue. Some have also asked why singles aren't allowed to buy prime location public housing flats, even on the resale market. This flows from our BTO criteria, which currently allows singles to buy new two-room flats in non-mature estates. We understand their concerns. Some Singaporeans remain single for a variety of reasons, including obligation to family and to parents, or a matter of choice, or a matter of life course. But many still want or need their own living space. They may wonder if we care about their housing needs. To these Singaporeans, let me assure you, we do. We recognize your needs, your aspirations, your sacrifices, and that's why, in fact, we've been expanding housing options and grants for singles over the years. And we're not taking a step backward in this regard. The new prime location public housing model is brand new and tested in the market for all the reasons aforesaid, and we won't be launching that many prime location housing flats initially. So we are prioritizing them for now for larger households who may need more space for more people in their families. And in the meantime, singles continue to be able to buy existing resale flats, including many in prime central areas. So let us launch this program, new policy, assess the impact of the current suite of measures in achieving our objectives, gain experience from operating the model as we make adjustments and improvements along the way, bearing in mind the evolving demographic of Singapore and the changing aspirations of Singaporeans. Turning to the minimum occupation period or MOP, some Singaporeans were concerned that 10 years is too long. Not practical, because family and life circumstances can and do change. Some of them spoke from personal experience. Perhaps they had a child and decided to move after a few years to enroll their child in a preferred school. Or perhaps they went through a painful breakup or a painful relationship challenge during their MOP and had to sell their flat early. We recognize these concerns. Yet on the other hand, some Singaporeans still came back to us and said, hey, 10 years is too short. Too short. Some of them had bought their own homes for the long term and felt that these prime location public housing flats should go to people who are doing the same. On balance, we thought that the longer MOP was indeed warranted to emphasize own occupation and reduce speculative demand, which would be greater for flats in such good locations. And our data suggested that HDB owners typically live in their flats for more than 10 years before selling them. But there is no magic number that works for families in all situations. So for those who face extenuating circumstances during their MOP, we will certainly consider their appeals on a case-by-case basis, in deciding whether to take the flats back or to allow them to sell for resale. And in fact, we will already do this today for regular HDB flats with a 5-year MOP. Next, some have asked why we're not allowing prime location public housing flat owners to rent out their whole flats even after the MOP is over. I paid my dues. I've served the MOP, now allow me to make full use of the property. Doesn't this rule diminish their rights as property owners? We understand where they're coming from. Yet, at the same time, we often receive feedback from Singaporeans who are looking for a flat as a permanent or long-term home. They say it's difficult to get a flat and they feel frustrated when they see HDB flats being rented out because they feel that subsidized housing should be homes, not a source of income. And I got a very passionate letter from a young Singaporean just a few days ago, before we made this announcement, expressing this frustration and just this sense of fairness that she seeks. And this is not just for prime location flats, but also other HDB flats. So we strike a balance. And for prime location flats in particular, we could likely fetch higher rents. We thought we should prioritize them even more for those who are buying a long-term home. This would also reduce speculative demand and moderate resale prices. We may not be able to screen off speculative demand completely, but a 10-year MOP and disallowed whole flat rental will go a long way. In fact, we've also heard suggestions that we should disallow renting of rooms, which by the way is allowed. Because today some flat owners say that they are renting out a room, and in fact they are actually renting out the whole flat, which is not allowed during the minimum occupation period. They just lock up one room and they say it's theirs, but they don't really stay in the flat themselves. We are aware of such cases of abuse. Singaporeans have a strong sense of fairness and can see this and point this out. And we don't hesitate to take firm action against them when we find out. In some egregious cases, we have even taken back the flats from the owners. So we'll continue to see how best we can enforce these regulations, especially for prime location flats where the temptation to game the system may be higher and where the sense of unfairness that other Singaporeans see this happen will be as well. Now, speaking of rental, some suggested that prime location flats should be rented out only. Not so. After all, HDB does have experience renting and not just selling. We have rental housing for low-income households, as I said earlier. But we also rent out PPHS flats. renting out flats to young families, young couples who are waiting for their homes, and they rent a property from HDB at sub-market rates while waiting for their home. And this has become very popular of late in high demand. These could, renting out prime location flats, some say it could be for young people who want to experience city-centered living for some time, but who are not yet looking for a permanent home, or not yet quite ready to settle down. And that is a development that comes about because of the many pathways to success that now younger people have compared to the past. Their willingness to experiment, willingness to try different things, their desire to have a wide sense of experience, to be able to feel the buzz and vibrancy of certain parts of Singapore, and aren't quite ready to commit to being home. But equally, there are many others who are seeking stability, long-term homes, who would not be served by a purely rental model. Rent in private locations would also be expensive, and we would likely still need to provide significant subsidies to keep it affordable, especially since CPF savings can't be used for rental payments. Not to mention that residents in a purely rental estate might be more transient, making it hard to build strong, rooted communities. Finally, some have questioned why we're including public rental flats in prime locations too. Won't this require huge subsidies? Can't you build them elsewhere? Will people get along? They ask politely. And can public rental households even afford living in prime central areas? These are not invalid questions, but ultimately this goes back to our core commitment, to ensure that our public housing estates are inclusive and diverse communities. And that's why we've integrated rental and own flats in the same blocks and estates in other parts of Singapore too, and so this is not novel. And let's not forget that there are many lower income Singaporeans who work in prime central areas, like in F&B, cleaning, security, and so on. They would benefit from living closer to their workplace. But indeed, we do have to help them manage the living costs. Besides subsidized rents, we should ensure that there are affordable food options, shops, preschools, recreational amenities for them in the estate or in the vicinity. We have to take a holistic planning approach to uplift the more vulnerable groups in our society, make them feel welcome in such estates. On that note, let me conclude by reiterating that at its heart, the prime location public housing model is about keeping our housing estates inclusive and accessible, so that we can build strong, united, and enduring communities. To do this, we need to consider many factors, and no one policy can address every concern. So we have sought to strike a good balance, keeping our eyes firmly on our social objectives. And we'll continue to review the model over time, like all our housing policies. And the prime location public housing model is certainly not past its scope. In the same way, we will keep improving our broader city planning strategies to secure a sustainable long-term future for Singapore. In fact, we are in the midst of our long-term plan review, where we work with Singaporeans to chart out what our city could look like, not today, not tomorrow, not 10 years from now, but 50 years from now and beyond. And the challenge imposed to all participants is think for our children and our grandchildren and children after. So do drop in, lend us your insights and expertise, and find out more on the long-term planning review website. Thank you for taking the time and patience to listen to what I've said, and I wish all of you a productive one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. May I request you to be on stage for the award presentation? In August 2016, ESS launched the inaugural Outstanding Economic Teacher Award, or known as OETA for short. The OETA awards outstanding economics teachers who have made exemplary contributions and have exhibited excellence in teaching and enhanced their students' learning of economics. We are the first invite the finalists on stage to receive the awards. So please be on stage after the academic awards. So in no order of merit, the first finalist is Ms. Vanessa Yap Zihui from the Singapore International School of Hong Kong. She's unable to attend the award presentation right now because, as you know, she's in Hong Kong. but she's currently working this session online right now. So congratulations, Vanessa. Yeah, happy for her. Next up, we have Ms. Ng Swee Chu from Hwa Chong Institution. Next, we have Ms. Tan Pei Shan from Anglo-Chinese Junior College. You take a group photo? Sure. 1 meter. Congratulations and thank you, finalists. Let me take a seat. Thank you. We'll now move on to the OETA winners. Now, the OETA winners will also be receiving the certificates, plaques, and the cash prizes that are sponsored by World Scientific Publishing and Education Exchange Limited. So, in no order of merit, we have Mr. Simon Quek from Raffles Institution. Next, we have Mr. Calvin Tan for Eunoia Junior College. Okay, group photo. Congratulations to the awardees. Thank you, Minister Lee. We now invite Professor Yusuf Kwan to present a token of appreciation to Minister Lee. Professor Kwan, please. Thank you, Minister Lee. Thank you. We will now continue the forum. The third session is presented by Mr. Andrew Au, Chief Executive Officer of AG Delta. Mr. Au, we invite you on stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, blockchain and DeFi. Wow, what a big topic. Very, very big topic. First of all, we'd like to congratulate the teachers for their awards, fostering talent that will be helping us in innovating and developing our Asian currency. Now, when we talk about innovation, which is a separate topic, innovation helps with leaps and bounds, but when you talk about a topic like blockchain, many pundits argue that this is a major paradigm shift. And to put some of that in context, maybe we can wind back the clock 25 years. I think many people here in this room are probably Gen X and baby boomers. And you know, myself as a Gen X, I remember in the early 90s geeking around with my modem and feeling very happy I could get 16.6 or 28.8 kilobytes per second on my internet connection. Fast forward 25 years, my millennial 16-year-old son is now probably streaming or watching something like a recording of this one day on YouTube, on his smartphone, on his fast broadband Wi-Fi connection, without any wires. And that is what you call paradigm shifts. And when you talk about paradigm shifts, I guess you have to ask one fundamental big question. And that is, what is the single one big gap that this paradigm shift solves for absolutely everyone? Not for a suburb, not for a district, not for a nation, but for everyone. And I think when you look in terms of history, foresight and hindsight is two complete extremes. When you look back 25 years and now you say, wow, the internet, of course, it solved connectivity. And I have my smartphone and I can do all those things now. So let's have a little bit, but foresight's a bit harder when you have to develop policies, regulation around a very fast-moving paradigm shift. That is a challenge. So let's delve into history and look at what that single gap that these major paradigm shifts solved. So in the 1400s, we had, I guess, wealthy lords and manors, and they had, in a privileged view, access to knowledge. The printing press changed everything. We were able to create books, and that enabled more people to develop knowledge, and therefore the printing press in the 14th, 15th century solved a single problem of the knowledge gap. Now fast forward a few centuries, combustible steam engine, you know, in a very barren society where we had manual labor, solved the power gap. We needed to obviously develop more powerful manual labor, and the steam engine enabled us to solve that, and henceforth the Industrial Revolution and solved what we call the power gap. Now, as I mentioned earlier in my anecdotes with the internet, I think we have to say no more, probably streaming now somewhere. The advent of the internet and really made everyone solve the distance gap. You know, we could transact anywhere in the world became a lot more smaller. Now, fast forward over to the last decade, there's been some very interesting developments since the financial crisis. You can see an image there of too big to fail. Do we trust the financial institutions, Main Street versus Wall Street? As digital technologies and social media platforms developed and data privacy issues evolved, do we trust the news and information that we receive and consume today? And obviously, over the last 2 years, with the COVID-19 pandemic that has impacted everyone, every industry globally, every person globally, I think it's become quite apparent, if you just look at the way vaccines are distributed globally, that there's an increasing trust gap that's developed there as well, in terms of looking at, do we even trust information that we're getting from our governments regarding data? Not in Singapore, of course. And there's also an equality gap issue. And that's where this paradigm shift of blockchain comes in. And my goal today is to try and update everyone about how, not about the technology of blockchain, that's my day job, working with my tech colleagues, but to try to set some perspective about how blockchain has evolved and developed from a concept a few years ago, a decade ago, when Mr. Satoshi developed the first Bitcoin white paper, to how it addresses rebuilding the trust gap. How do we do more business Because it's not just about trust between individuals, but it's between businesses and entities. How do we do business governments to governments? How do we rebuild trust in the news and information that we consume today? And how do we rebuild trust in the financial institutions that have long served us, but disappointed us since the financial crisis? And ultimately, what blockchain is designed to do is to help us do things faster, cheaper, do it in a more open way, and do it in a more trustworthy way. And that is at the heart and soul of blockchain. Now, today's discussion scope is beyond talking about the technology. I think Singaporeans, we are all very well informed. I'll talk a little bit more about a survey later that was conducted last month. But we're well informed and we understand the concept of the ledger and how it builds trust. But I wanted to sort of delve in a little bit more. Now, I did mention that survey, that Tolina's survey that was conducted last month, actually published last month. And they interviewed 1,000 Singaporeans. And apparently 93% was already very much aware of blockchain. And more interestingly, 66% of those surveyed, those young adults aged between 26 and 45, own some cryptocurrency. Now, I'm also not going to be talking a lot about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, other than saying one thing, that blockchain and decentralized finance developments has evolved over the last decade far beyond Bitcoin. Bitcoin is not blockchain, even though obviously it has a derivative. And why do we even need to talk about this topic? Well, according to a PwC survey done a couple of months ago, a report that they published, blockchain's economic impact around the world in 10 years today has an impact of about $66 billion. You can see some of those details there. But they're projecting in 10 years for it to have an impact of nearly $1.76 trillion impacting our global economies. So it's very, very big. But of course, one of my fellow speakers, I think Rachel here, will talk a little bit more about the development of financial markets and the effects on climate change and other factors. But that is a very, very huge number. But we don't want to talk about just big numbers in 10 years' time. I wanted to sort of set, over the next 20 minutes, a summary of what's really been developing in the last 12 months. Now, in December, just before Christmas, very, very topical, we had our first clearance, an individual flying from Japan, clearing Chinese immigration import with a blockchain-verified digital health passport. That is already a first example of how blockchain can impact our lives. Obviously, in this case, we had a cryptographic technology, enabled the information about the individual, all the IC details, the vaccine passport. We're all familiar with Trace Together, of course. But in this case, that was able to be verified. And this is going to be obviously very, very useful as Singapore reopens vaccine traveling flights. In Q4, in September and then in December, DBS announced the launch of the digital exchange together with the SGX. And this obviously was major news when it broke out and a major credentialization of how blockchain technology can be used in the development of organized, sensible organized markets and exchanges to help foster the growth of digital assets in Singapore and the region. In June of this year, just a few months ago, UOB, one of our major banks, it developed and launched a $1 billion Singapore bond issuance linked to the Singapore overnight rate, SORA, and successfully launched that on the Market Node platform, which was launched by Singapore Stock Exchange in Temasek. And this was a very, very interesting development, not just for its size, $1 billion raised successfully, but it essentially enabled the entire issuance of this bond through blockchain technology using smart contracts. Now, of course, in this particular case, it was also run in parallel to the existing manual process, but nonetheless, very, very significant news. We also saw in the same month, just a couple of months ago, a major development where DBS launched together with Capital Corporation, another $1 billion US dollar digital bond, launched on the DBS Fixed Marketplace, which is an automated digital issuance platform for bonds. Now, this process, what is the impact of this particular news? Everything that was previously done in the bond issuance process involves a lot of legal documentation, involves lots of manual processes, which are very costly. This digital issuance process significantly reduces costs, whilst also enabling programmable logic in the smart contract that's actually transacted and issued to enable us to develop further business benefits. And indeed, significant news because those digital securities will also be enabled to be traded on the DBS digital exchange on a fractionalized basis, enabling more access to investors in a regulated environment, fulfilling one of the other key goals of blockchain beyond resolving the trust gap issue or enhancing it, but also financial inclusion. In the last Singapore FinTech Festival, in fact our next one is just a couple of weeks from now, DPM Kang actually talked about the need for us to look at more financial inclusion as we looked at the global reset and the redevelopment of the nation as we come out of the COVID pandemic. So such particular news was very, very big. And of course, just last month, as part of Project Urban, we heard the development of the CBDC, the central bank digital currency. And there was news announced with Singapore, the MAS in collaboration with its fellow institutions in Malaysia, Bank Negara, in Australia, the Reserve Bank, and in South Africa, launched a central bank digital currency pilot, which would enable these four nations to explore a pilot that would enable central bank digital currencies to be transacted across borders, not just within Singapore. And this is a very, very exciting development. It's a multi-phase project that will evolve over the next few years, Project Urban. But this particular phase will hear results from that pilot in very early Q1 next year. Just a few months away. You can see there's a significant amount of development that's happening around the blockchain space. Now, I should probably have asked in that survey, because the 66% of that survey we saw were young adults between 25 and 45. Now, without being ageist, etc., maybe I'd like to have a show of hands of who actually owns a wallet, an e-wallet in this room. Who owns cryptocurrency? Does anyone own Bitcoin? Okay. Does anyone not know what blockchain is? Okay, I think that survey sort of enables me. Well, look, the blockchain space is evolving very, very quickly. From 2009, I guess the first, when we talk about the phase of blockchain 1.0, the blockchain technology was envisaged by Satoshi to essentially create a digital currency, to be borderless, to enable us to have transaction fees that are almost negligible in a digital fashion. All verifiable on the ledger. But that has evolved significantly in the last couple of years, as we've seen phases in blockchain 2 and 3 development. Those examples I just gave you regarding the DBS securities exchange, the digital security issues, security issuances, as well as the COVID-19 verification with the digital health passport are all examples of implementing smart contract technology. Programmable logic within the smart contract to be able to evolve it. And the technology is very much ready and deployed, but to really unlock the full value of this paradigm shift that's happening today, we need to add the right mix of policy and governance as well. So I'd also like to sort of talk a little bit about that. But also, the topic of this talk here today also covered DeFi. And, you know, don't be ashamed if you don't know what these acronyms are. We have a lot of tech geeks that use a lot of acronyms here. But decentralized finance is essentially part of that wave between blockchain 2 and 3, that diagram I showed you just then. And essentially, in its purest form, it's designed to, from a technology perspective, to remove all intermediaries involved. A new financial system may develop. This is sort of the purest, DeFi purist and blockchain sort of folks talking here. I believe Singapore, based on what we've seen in the evidence, has taken a very, very pragmatic and I think a very solid approach. Don't rush to open up all these new technologies without carefully regulating it, and I'll touch on those regulatory issues, but also foster the capability for innovation to happen. Now, we saw some recent news of example of what DeFi actually means. The advent of these decentralized exchanges. And we saw some news which was announced where there was a move to ban Binance's operations here in Singapore. Of course, there is evolution there. I understand the company is now looking to get a license here and apply for a license. But essentially, this DeFi concept is still very, very new. 250 active projects with over $1 billion market cap. It's still very, very early days. And only 20% of that is done on the underlying Bitcoin cryptocurrency, and we have about 60% done on Ethereum. So it's still very, very early days regarding DeFi. But all of these particular developments and innovation have obviously implications with policy development. And you know, we're very fortunate here in Singapore to have a very robust regulatory framework. All digital tokens and securities that are issued are governed under the Securities and Futures Act, regulated by the MAS. And all digital token payments and payments done are regulated under the Payment Services Act. And this essentially enables a very safe environment to develop the digital securities asset and blockchain space, because it addresses the Know Your Customer KYC, it addresses any concerns that blockchain, which sometimes is attached to a stigma of anti-money laundering. We're able to regulate that, as well as obviously counter terrorism financing. So we have a very robust regulatory framework. There's been no specific regulations developed because we already have existing regulatory policies in place to tackle these digital assets. So at the moment, fairly strong in terms of our capability of regulators development. But of course, also earlier this year, we heard some news when Elon Musk, who's always frequently making news, bought $1 billion worth of Bitcoin and then suddenly tweeted that there was an environmental impact. So I think it's also important to talk about the environmental sort of aspects, since we're at the forum about policy for sustainable development. And of course, we're big ESG fans here. So what is that environmental impact? Let's put some facts into place. So at present today, the energy consumed to mine Bitcoin is currently about 0.55%, just under 1% of global energy consumption. Now, obviously that feels and sounds like a big number. And the immediate instant reaction that we will all have is, why is this a good thing? Etc. And just to help sort of create some context, there was a lot of noise over the last couple of months, especially when China had announced some bans, but also we found out that in Sichuan and in Yunnan, that these places which had huge hydroelectric sort of plants and energy available was being used, but also coal was being burnt to actually power these mining farms to actually mine these coins. Now, obviously, China has since banned that. I want to set some context there. That energy is only consumed for the mining of the coin. There are an increasingly big movement. In fact, there's an equivalent of the Paris Climate Accord that set up the blockchain sort of mining and to use renewable sources. And Bitcoin can actually access certain energy sources that other technologies cannot. So as I mentioned in Yunnan and Sichuan, with Bitcoin, in the wet season, it can consume up to 50% of global mining and energy usage, and 10% during the dry season. Now that energy will be put to waste because it's hard to access that energy, and that energy will go to waste. So in this case, using renewable energy sources will be very, very productive. Now also mining Bitcoin, which is part of blockchain 1.0, it uses a concept called proof of work. So to be able to do that, we have a lot of machines globally solving mathematical puzzles and problems to be able to verify that. Now, technically, that sounds quite wastage in terms of resources because only 0.1% is required to actually validate. So there are other technologies that are being involved and even discussed here in blockchain 2 and blockchain 3, which is to move from proof of work to a proof of stake or delegated proof of stake method. And of course, in the delegated proof of stake method, you wouldn't actually need to necessarily perform that. Of course, there's the advent of carbon credits as well in the development of ESG. In that particular climate accord for cryptocurrencies, those companies that develop on a more carbon efficient front can actually use those credits and sell back to the exchanges. And that's a big, big development on the energy front. Now, from the legal considerations, there's been some interesting developments in Singapore as well. So the first case in 2020, the coin case actually, really validated between the digital exchange operator and the digital exchange itself. This particular case validated that the buyer and seller, as they transacted, the smart contract was still valid in terms of a binding contract under Singapore contract law. So obviously the tort of contract will continue to apply. So there's a good precedent to be set. There's also another very, very interesting case that's still ongoing, some litigation ongoing, which addresses the issues of potential liability and loss. Now this Shiki Entertainment case is very interesting because the landlord actually went in and shut down power of this particular tenant because they were concerned about the excessive usage of energy. Now, go figure, they found out that it was actually a cryptocurrency mining farm. This particular tenant said, well, look, actually my power has been cut off and I have potential loss of revenue because I'm mining some very valuable assets. And this case is ongoing, and it's actually interesting in terms of its legal precedents and topics because it's talking about how potential loss in the digital asset, let's say with Bitcoin, could be monetized in terms of fiat currency, US dollars or Singapore dollars. So there's some very interesting legal considerations, but by and large, there's stability there because it's smart contracts underlying the blockchain technology still follow existing contract law. Now, I think there's another broader goal, sort of sitting here in the Economic Policy Forum talking about sustainability, that there are a lot of goals that blockchain actually fulfills. Here's a picture of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. And there's we're very fortunate in Singapore as a first world country that a lot of these things may not apply immediately to us, but for example, no poverty and zero hunger. There are existing projects that will that already enable us to create digital birth certificates and records for everyone. That's in Thailand in 2019. They actually developed a program to ultimately target every Thai citizen to have their certificates all online. Now, of course, in Singapore, we already have an enormous amount of initiatives underway. We have the Singapore Financial Data Exchange Initiative, which enables us to combine our NRIC details with our financial details, credit card loans, etc. And that is already in place. But the potential for leveraging blockchain is it can connect all these things and be able to leverage business logic to then trigger some transactions. A good example would be we all trust the URA website when we look at caveats lodged in terms of transaction solving. Mr. Lee mentioned some of this in his speech. But if you talk about the effort to close the transaction, there's still a lot of records, title searches that need to be done, etc. All of that's available, but we can unlock that further with blockchain. So, I guess in conclusion, what I'd like to sort of leave you with is that blockchain does qualify for a paradigm shift because it addresses a very, very big problem, the trust gap, and indirectly also financial inclusion, because by definition, blockchain is designed to enable everyone to access investments or access information in a very equitable way. It is moving very, very fast. It is no longer a concept. 3 years ago, 5 years ago, these things were being talked about as ideas, but we're seeing clear evidence globally and also here in Singapore that it's very much real and has enormous potential. Singapore is very well positioned to be a regional, potentially global blockchain leader. We have very, very clear examples of success and also promising pilots that are being developed in the space. But I hope this talk will also highlight the fact that we'll require more investments. I think we've seen over the last 6 to 12 months announcements of the establishment of the AIDF, which is a great initiative of the National Research Foundation, also NUS. But we'll need more sort of investments in terms of think tank, research, development of skill sets, and really to develop the right sort of policy and regulatory shaping that's required to make, I think, the paradigm shift of blockchain very, very effective. So on that note, I'd like to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ao. We'll now proceed to the next session, presented by Ms. Rachel Teo, Head of Features Unit of GIC. May I invite Ms. Teo on stage, please?
Yeah, hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me to share GIC's approach to integrating climate change in the investment portfolio. And indeed, climate change, also like blockchain has been around, it's a long-term trend, has been around for many years. Many researchers, institutions, scientists have been studying it. But it really, surfaces into the consciousness of investment community, because I think also of pivotal events that happen. And what are these? I think internationally, it has to be the Paris Agreement in 2015. and also this year the race to net zero ahead of COP26. But in Singapore, really there are two key events. One would be the PM's speech at the National Day rally in 2019, where he said that climate change is an existential threat for Singapore and it is an important national priority and it's important as national defense. At the same time, this year the government published the SG Green Plan. And in GIC, what we have done is that we've been looking at climate change for a long period of time, since the first study was done 10 years ago in 2011. And, but it is in this context of the developments internationally and domestically that I'm going to share with you how we are integrating climate change considerations into our investment process. First, I would like to share our sustainability beliefs, which guide us in how we approach issues like climate change. First, sustainability is integral in our mandate as a long-term investors protecting and enhancing the long-term value of reserves placed under our management. And we also believe that companies with good sustainability practices are expected to deliver good risk-adjusted returns over time, and this relationship will also strengthen in the long term as externalities get reflected in market prices. And we are seeing that with the development of carbon markets. And there are also developments, new developments in the area of national accounting to reflect externalities. And the third belief is really it is more constructive to support the transition towards a low carbon economy by using a bottom-up engagement strategy to support companies in their decarbonization efforts, rather than to mechanically just divest out of broad sectors. And finally, we take a holistic approach when we consider and integrate sustainability considerations into the investment process. And what do we mean by that? I think first, it means that we balance financial, social, as well as environmental considerations when we evaluate investments. Second, in the area of climate, we focus not just on transition risk, but also physical risks. And in investment decision making, we integrate climate consideration throughout all levels of our investment decision processes, not just top-down policy, but also bottom-up security selection. So of the sustainability issues that investors are managing today, climate change is the most important. So I will focus my presentation on the work we have done to analyze and manage climate-related exposures. To manage climate change-related risk in the portfolio, we really need to start by understanding how to measure them. Right? And this is very new to financial markets, to investors, because we are relying on very new and non-traditional methods, frameworks, and data. And these are evolving even as we speak. This slide shows the approach we are taking in GIC. The first step really is to identify climate change-related drivers affecting investments. It is not difficult to articulate what they are: physical risk, transition risk, market risk. But there is a high degree of uncertainty about how they will evolve. And so the approach is, in step 2, design a set of scenarios that will evolve and cover the range of possible outcomes in the future, depending on how these climate-related drivers evolve. This is actually a very important and fundamental step to assessing climate risk in the portfolio. After the scenarios are crafted, we need to work with macro and financial models that can integrate the shocks that we see from the climate scenarios, so that we can derive top-down estimates of how macro variables and broad asset returns are affected. In addition to this top-down modeling, we also complement our analysis with bottom-up studies, which are items 4, 5, and 6 in this slide here. In step 4, what we did was we developed a carbon dashboard that allows us to look at each company's carbon intensity. We can compare them with their peers, and it will also allow us to stress test the company's earnings, right, to different possible scenarios of carbon prices. And we can also adjust our scenarios of carbon prices based on where these companies are located and where their revenues exposures are. In step 5, we augment the analysis of carbon price risk by looking at the impact of climate change really holistically at the cash flows of the companies. Because climate policies it does not just result in carbon prices or carbon taxes for the companies, but it also may generate market changes like demand destruction for, say, some of the energy companies, or demand creation for the green companies. And companies also have the ability to abate carbon if they can find technologies that are lower than the marginal cost of carbon, right? Or they may be passing on costs to their consumers. So these factors all affect the cash flows companies face and affect the valuations. So in step 5, we developed a tool and framework to look at these issues. In step 6, what we wanted to do was to look at physical risk, a forward-looking tool to look at the value at risk from physical risk. This is the part of the framework that is the newest and still evolving, because I think in the industry we haven't found really a good tool and method to measure forward physical risk at the individual asset and individual company level. You can imagine how data intensive it will be. You have to collect, for instance, geolocations of all the assets, right, in your portfolio of your investing companies, and then you're going to look at each peril that will be affected by climate change, be it hurricane, flooding, heat stress, and all that, and assess the impact at that individual asset level. So it's quite data intensive. After doing all the work to assess the impact on our portfolio, I mean, this is an in-house work, we work with some consultants. We also do compare what we have done with what other institutions such as the NGFS have estimated, just to see whether, you know, our sense of where the impacts are and the size of the impact is robust. So we chose this way, it looks very complicated, a lot of work. We chose this way of approaching the problem of measuring climate risk because of a few challenges and a few requirements we have. First, really there's no consensus on what is the right model to use. The methodologies are still evolving. So what we have to do is to triangulate across a few perspectives. Second, we want to cover all the asset classes. The bottom-up studies will be very granular and may not be able to cover all asset classes, and we cannot compare that in one consistent framework. The top-down approach allows us to do that. But third, we also need granularity because we need to know concretely in our portfolio where the assets and which companies are affected and how, so that we can then deep dive into those needs and be able to work with our bottom-up teams to understand the kind of risk they are exposed to and then manage them. So this sets up the framework. What I'll do is just go through some of the steps in a little bit more detail. The slide here really, as mentioned, articulates how climate change affects investments through 3 broad channels: physical risk, transition risk, and market risk. Rising temperature has an impact on labor productivity and agricultural use. But what is also not captured currently in our research is the impact on healthcare, on migration flows. Extreme weather events are increasing in frequency, we all know that. And this exposes the physical assets we have in the portfolio, as well as those of our investing companies. They experience physical damages, but also business disruptions. The business disruptions may be very short-term, or it could be longer-term impairment of economic activities. The second is transition risk, which comprises of policy and technological risk. Policy commitments towards low-carbon transition have been increasing and getting stronger since the Paris Agreement. Even most recently, we heard about the commitment by Saudi Arabia to commit to a net zero by 2060. The policies are increasingly geared towards penalizing carbon, right, and incentivizing low carbon activities. Investors who are not aware and not actively managing these risks and these assets could find themselves wrongly positioned and end up with stranded assets in their portfolio over time. Finally, there is market risk. This is an impact channel that's not commonly talked about, but there are 2 effects here. First, whether markets will price in future developments such that the long-term impacts of physical risk, like post-2050, becomes relevant to investors today. Will this pricing in process be a smooth one or a disruptive one? The second aspect of market risk is really sentiment shock. whether markets will overreact when they are confronted with climate change related news and shocks. This slide summarizes the scenarios that we have developed. The first scenario is a Paris orderly scenario where there is, just to backtrack a little bit, we had to do scenario analysis as I mentioned because the drivers, as explained earlier, are all evolving and varied. So we work with scenarios to try to see where are the possible outcomes in the future and assess the impact on the portfolio. So the first scenario is Paris orderly scenario where there is early climate action and markets price in climate change related risk in an orderly manner. This scenario sees global warming capped at 1.5 degrees Celsius. The third scenario is the failed transition scenario. It is the most pessimistic scenario in terms of climate outcome, where there are no further climate policies beyond what has already been implemented. And we see global temperature heading towards 4 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Markets price in future physical risks, including those beyond 2050. We think that the first and the third scenarios are really the probable bookends or possible outcomes that we could experience. The second scenario is the most interesting, which is the delayed destructive transition scenario, or I call the DDT. It is a bespoke scenario that GIC developed for ourselves. In this scenario, we see the world not taking any climate action, it delays any action, but when a series of extreme weather hits many parts of the country, of the world, it causes a sharp rise in public pressures and policymakers have to act. They have to take strong actions to mitigate climate change. But because the policy actions happen late, they have to be very large and they have to be implemented within a very compressed period of time. Markets price in climate-related risk in a disruptive manner over a shorter period of time, and they also overreact, resulting in a sentiment shock. These scenarios developed can be mapped broadly to the scenario sets that international bodies like the IPCC and the NGFS have developed. It also meets the TCFD requirements to consider a 1.5 degree scenario. And the DBT in particular allow us to explore what a possible stressful period in markets could be. So we then run these scenarios through a macro and financial model. I will not go into the details of the modeling process. What we do is we calibrate the inputs of climate drivers around each scenario, put them through the models in order to get the impact on macro variables and expected returns. Now, let me share with you the high-level results of the scenario analysis and the top-down process that we went through. This chart shows the impact on growth and inflation annualized over a 40-year period. What is clear is that the negative impact on growth in all climate scenarios are large and is due to physical risk. And this is due to the chronic effects of rising temperature on labor and agricultural productivity. And the latest research is also showing that the impact of rising temperature on ecological and biological processes are actually very non-linear beyond the optimal temperature level of 13 to 15 degrees. You may also note here that the transition impact on growth is positive. This indicates that government actions to mitigate climate change, such as the setting of carbon tax, may have a net positive impact via two channels. First is the recycling of carbon taxes into the economy by lowering other taxes or spending on green investments. Second is the positive impact due to innovation and investments in a green economy that has high productivity content. The impact on inflation is negative due to the effects of slower growth. There are limitations to these top-down macro climate models, which are still evolving. But what we seek to do in GIC is to stay at the frontier of research. We want to incorporate what's the latest knowledge and research on assessing impact on the macroeconomy and financial returns. And then we update our understanding and forecast as we get more information. The macro impacts are then used as in the financial models to generate broad asset class returns. As you can see from this slide, expected returns are lower in all asset classes for all the climate scenarios relative to the climate uninformed baseline, which is the blue line. riskier assets like private equity, listed equities are more affected by climate change. Bonds and cash are more resilient. But this chart really doesn't show the dispersions, very wide dispersions, big winners and losers that we see within countries and within industries. One of the interesting results from the top-down modeling work is that low carbon businesses in emerging markets are actually expected to outperform the companies, similar companies in similar sectors in developed markets. And this is because of the low starting point, right, of such opportunities in emerging markets. Because we are starting later and we are coming from a low base, the forward-looking growth potential is higher. Then after we have the expected returns for expected returns for asset classes, we can use them to compute the expected returns for any investment portfolio. Here we show the impact of climate change scenarios on a hypothetical 60% global equities and 40% fixed income portfolio over a 40-year period. The impact on climate change is material. Returns are lower by an annualized 20 to 90 basis points, the chart on the left. This is versus a climate uninformed baseline. The differences on an annualized basis looks small, but if they are accumulated over 40 years, the total return on a portfolio could be anywhere between 10 to 30% lower versus what you originally expected. This is significant if you are depending on the portfolio to finance your future spending or your retirement. Besides the top-down modeling work, we also developed analysis to look at climate change impact at the company level. And in particular, we look at the impact of carbon pricing on companies' earnings directly. One of the tools, as I mentioned, is the carbon dashboard, which we developed internally. What we did was to calculate first the revenue impact of carbon taxes by multiplying the weighted average carbon intensity with the expected carbon price. We can then compute this as a percentage of companies' net margins. These results are available to us at a company level, but we can also aggregate them to look at portfolios and strategies. We use this earnings at risk metric to help us filter for sub-industries and specific companies that face high earnings risk when there is a carbon price shock. We will then deep dive into these exposures to understand them better, to assess whether they really are indeed facing these carbon shocks, and then to guide our investors as to what they should do about them. On the physical risk front, we focus on the risk analysis and management in three areas. First, we have a sense of the physical risk on expected returns from the top down, based on the top-down modeling work that we did, which I just shared with you. Second, we are in the process of mapping out the locations of our assets in our portfolio, and then looking at their exposures to acute physical risks, right, and measuring the financial exposure to these risks. And third, our teams already in real estate and infrastructure are incorporating physical risk analysis in their due diligence for new deals, especially those with high climate risk. And we are also assessing how we can increase the resilience of the assets that we currently hold. Just to summarize, our work indicates that climate change is a material long-term investment risk, but there are tools that can help us better understand these exposures, where they are, and how to better manage them. Then we need to integrate climate change considerations into our investment processes. And we do this holistically across our investment organization. First, in strategic asset allocation, we look at how long-term capital market assumptions are affected by climate change drivers in different scenarios. This external assessment of the environment, scenario planning analysis are important building blocks in our asset allocation process. It is a forward-looking assessment to help us better anticipate both the range of upside and downside risks. And the practice is also aligned with GIC's approach, which is to prepare for possible futures rather than to try to predict what any particular scenarios will materialize. In risk management, we use the most disruptive climate scenario as a stress test for the resilience of the investment portfolio, and then consider how we can best navigate through a potential volatility. We then also develop scenarios that are granular enough to identify where the pockets of risk are and to manage them. And third, we develop tools and analysis to help our investors in the investment teams to integrate climate change into their security selection investment process. Finally, to end off, I will say that we are not just managing climate change defensively, but we see many investment opportunities arising from the transition to a low carbon economy. Across our portfolio, our teams on the ground, they are investing in themes like renewable energy, green hydrogen, electric mobility, sustainable agriculture, and green buildings. For example, we invested in an infrastructure company focused on carbon capture, transportation, and removal. And we have also been supporting companies in their transition. Here, we highlight an example of an investment we recently made in Duke Energy. It is a traditional energy company, but the proceeds of our capital for that company is meant to be used to help the company develop its renewable capacity. So I hope this presentation gives you an insight into how we are evaluating climate change as an investment risk, as well as the holistic and long-term approach we are taking when we consider them in our investment processes. Before I end, I want to point you to the resources on sustainability that we have published on the GIC Think Space, where we share our thinking about topics like climate change and inequality. And we hope that by sharing our views, we can advance our industry's thinking on these topics, how to measure and manage them in the portfolio, and we also want to benefit from the exchange of views and feedback from the community. Thank you. I hope you find my sharing today useful.
School of Public Policy at NUS. We invite Professor Fisher, please.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks to organizers for having me. In some senses, having listened to Rachel's speech as presentation, I was very impressed. My presentation will be along the same lines, similar topic, but it's going to be much broader and more conceptual in nature. Okay? So let me start out. So just to give you a sense of where I'm coming from. So I'm a macroeconomist interested in very applied work, and so one of the things I do in my work is to follow evolving mandates of central banks. And when you look at what central banks have been doing over the years, you find that they started with macroeconomic stabilization, the conventional business cycle stabilization, managing microfinancial stability, and then over time they started moving to macrofinancial stability, issues relating to fintech, big tech, and now climate change, right? And so that's how I got interested in the issue. So just depending on how we do on time, this is what I'd like to broadly do. Okay? So I'll spend some time on 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6 and 7, depending on the time, and move it to conclusion. That's right. So when you think about defining climate change, so I'm an economist, but in a public policy school, and so our public policy folks talk about climate change being a super wicked problem, right? So time is running out. Those who cause the problem also seek to provide a solution, and policy responses discount the future irrationally. So public policy folks talk about the super wicked problem. People in finance talk about the green swan event, taken from the black swan concept. It's a systemic risk with wide-ranging extreme impacts that are difficult to preempt, and they could have irreversible consequences. So wherever you're coming from, the basic point is you need actions on multiple fronts to help deal with this issue. So now we think about the central banks. So what are the central banks doing? It's relatively recent. The central banks, Rachel talked about GIC having done this for decades. Central banks generally have come in quite recently on this issue. Mark Carney, the famous speech that he made, he talked about the tragedy of the horizon, saying the climate change is a catastrophic event, imposing significant future costs on future generations, right? But there's not really incentive to fix it, given that it's going to have consequences only much later. But much more recently, folks from the ECB and others have said, well, actually, tragedy of the long horizon is becoming the tragedy of now. So people are start paying much more attention to it. Lagarde, having joined the ECB from the IMF, she's also pushed the ECB very much in the direction of looking at climate issues. Did the slight problem with alignment, but if you look at the BIS website, Bank for International Settlements, so that's BIS is the, if you will, banker of central banks. And you just collate their speeches of central bankers over the years, right? So prior to 2015, almost no speech by central banks on climate change. Then you had Mark Carney's couple of speeches in 2015, but notice from 2019 onwards, it's really taken off, right? This is actually a collation of speeches on the BIS website. And if you look at country demarcations, many of them from Europe, but Hong Kong, Singapore is not there, but Singapore has also been talking about it, right? So they have, what this doesn't show you, this is just a compilation of the number of speeches. What it doesn't show you is sentiments, meaning are they positive, or are they, some central bankers in Germany, for instance, are concerned that the ECB may be far too proactive on some of the fronts, especially in terms of monetary policy. So it doesn't show you sentiments, it tells you that central bankers are increasingly talking about these issues. Also, a lot of information here, but also beyond, if you look at the extent of international cooperation, there's been Rachel talked about the NGFS, Network for Greening the Financial System. That's been, so that's a network of central banks, where Singapore was one of the lead agencies. There have been a number of international fora that have started looking at how to help central banks in terms of issues relating to research, disclosure, etc. So yes, private sector has been looking at it, sovereign wealth funds like the GIC has been looking at it, but now central banks have really started paying a lot more attention to some of these issues. Of this, NGFS is clearly very active and very important. The TCFD is exceptionally important in terms of climate-related disclosures. And so when we think of, IOSCO is important, MES and the US SEC are trying to develop a prototype for sustainable reporting for corporate firms. So there's a lot of activity going on by central bankers themselves, but also in conjunction with each other. So now what I'm interested in is the whole issue, something Rachel talked about, is the impact of climate change on financial stability. This is a picture from The Economist. Could climate change trigger a financial crisis? And the speech by one of the ECB members. As guardians of financial stability, as bank supervisors, we as central bankers need to get a grip on how climate change is affecting financial risk. Okay, so that's where I'm coming from. So this was already talked about, so I'll very briefly mention this. Rachel talked about three kinds of risk, market risk, but from the perspective of the central banks, it's really more about the other two risks, fiscal risk and transition risk. Right? So fiscal risk is really talking about how when you have climate change, it could actually have significant effects on actual negative physical effects on firms, and therefore balance sheets of financial institutions, which then could have macro financial implications. And the UN's IPCC report recently also highlighted the extent of these risks. So far, it's debatable, but I would say so far, these climatic risks have, yes, they're becoming more intense, but they're being manageable at a global scale. But climate scientists have been pointing to the concern about tipping points, and so one has to be really concerned about this issue. Then we have the transition risk, right? And so, and Rachel again pointed out the issue of stranded assets, and transition risk arises as the economy shifts to clean energy and a more decarbonized world due to regulatory policies, due to shifts in technology, due to changes in consumer or investment preferences. So that could give rise to so-called stranded assets. We think about fossil fuels, possibly they don't make changes as being a major type of stranded assets, but there could be others. They could be cement, plastic, shipping, etc. Right? And so unless they adjust. And so there's some discussion about if the transition is not happening sufficiently quickly, are they concerned about a carbon bubble, meaning current valuation of fossil fuel and related industries, are they optimistically high? Mark Carney and others talked about how the carbon bubble may deflate or you may end up with sort of a climate Minsky movement, right, where there's sudden market collapse. It just suggests that you need to start paying attention, both from an investor perspective as well as a central bank perspective. The tricky part here is trying, at least, so we know that GIC, Temasek, other sovereign wealth funds are helping some of their, rather than divest from fossil fuel industry, they're working with some of the industries to help them help with the transition. So we can't underestimate the ability of large firms, fossil fuel and otherwise, to use technology to pivot to become cleaner over time. Just of course, there's other related issue, controversial issue about are firms pivoting or is there actual greenwashing going on, and that's also an issue. I'll show you some data on that in a bit. So this is taken from NGFS as a usual kind of argument that when you have the physical and transition risk, the impact on asset values and worsening corporate and household balance sheets, which could impact the banking and financial sector in various ways. So you could have rising non-performing loans, sudden loss of asset values, underwriting losses in the case of physical risks and insurance, etc. Right? So there are a number of ways these risks could affect the overall financial system, and therefore the central banks as financial regulators and from a business cycle perspective have to be concerned about it. Something was alluded to in the previous presentation as well, the interconnection. So physical risks and transition risks are related. So this is a common thing that the NGFS has done, that central banks use as a template, as it were. Not necessarily, at least conceptually. Empirically, when they do scenario planning, they may use some version of this, but to give you a sense. So for instance, you could have a situation of the hothouse effect, which was the status quo until recently. Slow transition risk, but real concerns about physical risk because you're not making the transition. On the other hand, you could have sort of too little, too late. The sudden realization that there's potentially a problem when you do a fast transition, but it's too late. So you end up with the worst of both worlds. You're doing the transition, but it's too late. So you have both transition risk as well as physical risk. Or you could have a situation where you do too sharp a sudden shift to avoid physical risk, but that then creates significant damage on the economy. You could argue, if you will, the Chinese issue with regard to current energy shortages would be one example of that, right? Trying to go too fast, too soon. Ideally, we'd like to do it you'd like to do an orderly transition to minimize the physical risk as well as transition risk. You'd like to be in a sweet spot. What the right chart is showing you is just basically taking some of this and thinking about more specific cases. So for instance, you could have a situation where, let's look at the hothouse effect. There are two possibilities. One, really you don't do nothing, current policies. The other possibility is you're doing something, but it's not aggressive enough. So countries with their own individual national disclosures, they're doing something, but it's not aggressive enough. So you could play around with different scenarios and use it for quantitative estimates. So given all of this as background, what are central banks actually doing? What are central banks' responses to all of this? So central banks, if you look at various central banks, broadly speaking, they're doing four main things, okay? They are mainstreaming green finance, both in terms of research, taxonomy, and disclosures. So they're trying to develop consistent definitions and taxonomies to determine what is green, how green is green, and etc. They are trying to develop consistent climate-related financial disclosures and improve consistency and transparency of ESG reporting. They are doing a lot of, they're taking a lot of steps in terms of knowledge sharing on climate impacts on macroeconomic and financial stability. So that a lot of central banks are doing. Mainstreaming green finance, probably much more than academics. This one area central banks have led academics. They're also greening their own portfolios, right? Trying to reduce their own environmental footprints, and as well as financing decarbonization efforts by facilitating green finance in terms of green bonds, green loans, etc. So first two, many central banks are doing. The last two, so my focus is going to be on prudential policies, which I'll talk about, but monetary policy and prudential policy, this is where, especially monetary policy, this is where a lot of controversy has arisen, and central banks haven't moved in the area of actually endogenizing climate change in their monetary policy decisions yet. I'll talk about prudential policies, but let me just mention a few other things before I do that. This is a side note. So I said central banks are helping with green financing, and so this is just showing you data on the surge since 2019, right? Starting of what government, so the first chart is showing you government-related bond issuances and corporate issuances in terms of ESG. The second chart is showing you in terms of equity funds. So there's a massive increase in the last 3 years. So in some senses, we are talking, yes, we are concerned about the carbon bubble, but there's also this other issue: is too much money going too soon into ESG. And here, this is a nice report from Influence Map, which basically looks at. So what they did was they didn't look at the bonds. They looked at they looked at climate themed funds, equity funds primarily, and they sort of tried to rank them based on whether they were aligned with the Paris Accord. How green were they actually? And what we find is a lot of these so-called climate-related funds are not as green as one would thought they would have been based on their headlines, right? And so that's a real concern. If you look at the numbers, I think it's about 40% that are not nearly as aligned with the Paris sort of agreements, and so the whole issue of greenwashing, either intentionally or unintentionally, given the lack of data, is a potential problem that one needs to pay attention to. In any case, too much information here for you, but just to give you a sense from a case study perspective, I've been doing some work on Singapore, and remember, if you think about all those 4 areas, right? So you have research, taxonomy, and disclosures, trying to promote green finance in general, as well as decarbonizing your own footprint, and green prudential policy. MAS has been very active on the first 2 fronts. They've been doing a lot in terms of, just to give you a sense, they've been developing taxonomies on greenness and trying to develop some regional, international consistencies on this issue. Trying to improve consistency in green reporting and sustainability risk disclosure, trying to build capacity locally, regionally on environmental risk management, using tech to promote green finance, etc. So they're doing a lot on that front. They're also doing a lot in terms of trying to green their own carbon footprint. They're doing some in terms of prudential policies, right? But what they are not, what is missing in MAS and other central banks is the whole issue of monetary policy, right? Greening of monetary policy. When we think greening of monetary policy, there are 2 aspects to this. One is a reactive aspect. So there's some open questions on having monetary policy adapt to climate change. The short term and the long term. Short term, you have to ask questions like, what are the macroeconomic impacts of frequent and sharp weather and climate change on inflation output gaps? Right? So when you think about monetary policy and you're thinking about how to change your policy instrument, you're looking at the inflation gap and output gap among other things. So in the short term, you have to worry about your short-term forecasts, as it were. How would climate change affect some of these things in the short term? How might climate factors be incorporated into standard macroeconomic and modeling and forecasting models? Then you're thinking about the transition. How does the transition to low carbon economy affect various sectors in the overall economy? What are some of the longer term implications on global warming, on productivity, potential output, inflationary expectations, etc.? How does this affect monetary policy? If you have stranded assets, that affects the balance sheets of firms. And if you're doing conventional monetary policy, Singapore uses the exchange rate, I understand, but generally for most other central banks, you have to worry about if the balance sheets of financial institutions are affected, that could affect the monetary policy transmission as well. So these are some of the issues that central banks have to think about when they are thinking about using monetary policy to react to climate change concerns. But there's other dimension of monetary policy which is more proactive. And here you're trying to minimize the possibility of these climate-related financial risks from happening in the first place. The first one is reacting to them. The second, this one is about being more proactive. So here there's some discussion about should we have green asset purchase programs, but that's more specific to QE or sort of lender of last resort functions of central banks. More generally, the whole issue of green collateral frameworks, should they be part of your liquidity facility? So when you're deciding to provide liquidity to various firms, should the degree of greenness matter in some way or the other, right? And so there's a lot of discussion. There's some discussion about how monetary policy can be more proactive to minimize climate-related risks, right? The big debate here is about, well, if the monetary policy is proactive in this manner, aren't you then violating the principle of neutrality? Right? Monetary policy is supposed to be neutral across sectors, across firms, etc. But the counter to that is, well, if you look historically, A lot of fossil fuel industries and larger firms, etc., have benefited through credit facilities, etc. And so here you're not really being non-neutral. You're just trying to balance it out given what you've done historically. In any case, that's the debate on monetary policy. Remains unsettled, and this to some extent is you have the U.S. versus the ECB dichotomy, right? So in the case of U.S., Jerome Powell has said, well, climate change is not something, yes, we are interested, obviously we're paying attention to it, but as far as monetary policy is concerned, it's not something we directly consider right now in the setting of monetary policy. I'm not even sure, he says, that it's part of the Fed mandate. Christine Lagarde, on the other hand, has come in and said, well, no, clearly the ECB is needs to take much more account of climate change and transition to a carbon neutral economy, and we should make this part of monetary policy and sooner rather than later. So there's clearly a divide there. So it's an interesting area to work on over time, but what I want to focus on now, the remainder of this time, is to talk about prudential policies. When you think about prudential policies, on green prudential policies, the aim is to ensure the financial system is able to proactively manage and preempt sort of climate change related financial risks. And you have the micro and the macro. Just like any other types of prudential policies, you have it at the micro individual financial institution level as well as the macro level. At the financial institution level, you're talking about environmental and social risk assessment frameworks, you're talking about better disclosures, you're talking about issues relating to having guidelines for individual firms with regard to physical and transition risks, disclosures, etc. Green macro-prudential policies are more about trying to deal with systemic risks on the overall financial system. So, for example, so you have micro-prudential instruments, could be, like I said, disclosure requirements, it could be ENS, environmental and sustainability risk management, it could be about reserve requirements. Macro-prudentials about stress testing at a macro level. You could have differentiated capital requirements, you could have differentiated sort of sectoral leverage ratios, etc. Right? So you have micro as well as macro-prudential policies. If you look across countries, and so this is about 48 countries, across different countries, prudential policies in general. So some of them do stress tests. You don't know the quality of these stress tests, but if you do if you look at across central banks, some do stress tests, some do liquidity management issues. A number of them do risk assessments. Disclosure requirements is obviously the big thing that central banks are doing, and a few other things. So central banks are starting to pay attention to it, but different central banks are doing different things here. One interesting thing is if you look across countries, what you find here is a lot of the action in terms of the greening of prudential policies tends to be, that's mandatory, tends to be more in the developing world than the developed world. And this sort of intellectually got us interested in the issue. Why are many central banks have started greening their prudential policies, or at least looking at it, but developing countries seem to be moving a bit more aggressively than developed countries. So what's driving this? So this is where I want to very quickly talk about, this is just the beginning of some of the work in this area, at least that I've started doing. The big problem is, so ideally this is what we'd like to do. We look at central banks that are greening their prudential policies, and then we say, has it been successful? For instance, has it been driving credit into greener areas, etc.? That would be an ideal thing. Are these policies that have been implemented, have they been successful in what they want to do, right? Or enhance financial stability, etc. Can't do that now because it's still a relatively new phenomenon, right? So that as more data gets available, that's something we'd like to do. So all we're doing here is a very simple thing where we're asking the question, given that different countries are doing prudential, starting to think about greening prudential policies, and some are moving a bit faster than others, what is driving this motivation behind green prudential policies? Why are some countries doing it faster than others? Okay? So all we're doing here is basically a simple, what you call probit model, where we say these countries are either doing it on a voluntary basis or mandatory basis. If they're doing it, it's 1. If you're not doing any green prudential policies, it's 0. Okay? And so, no formal model here, but I'll show you I'll come back to this in a bit. But this is basically our causal mechanism, where we say, so the basic argument is we'd expect, just logically, countries that are more susceptible to climate change, those central banks are more likely to be more proactive in adopting green prudential policies. But that's contingent on something. And what's that contingent on? We have some other control, but basically it's contingent on the institutional and fiscal capacity. And so the argument basically is the following, that this country is, yes, other things be equal, if you're more vulnerable to climate risk, you're more likely, other things be equal, more likely the central bank is going to more aggressively adopt green prudential policies. But monetary policy the central bank is not the only actor in town. There's also the fiscal side of it. So the argument is, the mediator here is in countries where you have strong institutional capacity, where the government can get its act together and do other things in terms of infrastructure, other types of policies, and or they have the relevant fiscal space. When you have, so if countries have better institutional quality or they have the fiscal space, you may, for a given climatic risk, you may be less likely that you adopt green prudential policies, right? So again, relationship, greater the climatic risk, the more likely you're going to adopt green prudential policies. But if you have better institutional qualities, better fiscal capacity, since you can use those other policies to deal with it, you may not so aggressive. You may not lean on the central banks, depend on the central banks so much to have to change their policy or adopt green prudential policy to mitigate these risks. Right? And then we control for a bunch of other things which I won't show you here. So I'll skip all of this. Again, still work in progress, but just to show you the starting of what we are doing. So again, in some sense, Rachel is talking about what they're really doing practically, right? It's to say, putting all the data together, let's see what's going on. And so here, so just let me go through these columns very quickly. So the first one, so we have different measures of risk. We have different measures of risk taken from different sources. You could sort of sensitivity to climatic risk versus actual physical risks, physical sort of problems, physical risks that have already occurred. So the first two columns first column is basically showing you for sensitivity risks to climatic change. What we find is what we had suggested, the greater the risks to climatic risk, the greater is more likely you're going to adopt green prudential policies. That's what this 0.327 is showing you. The second column is doing exactly the same thing, but we're controlling for use of other macroprudential policies. So the idea is, what about, you can't just look at a bivariate case, what about controlling for a bunch of other things? Okay? The paper talks about why we use this macroprudential here, but the argument is, if a country is already fairly active in adopting macroprudential policies in general, the more likely it's going to adopt green macro. So we control for that. It doesn't affect the result. We do other measures of climatic risks, physical risks, aggregate risks, similar stories. So in all cases, basic hypothesis goes through that the higher the climatic risk, more likely you're going to adopt green prudential policies. Then the mitigating effect, meaning when you control for overall capacity. And so basically, the point here is the following. The first one is showing you, as in the case of the bivariate case, is a positive relationship. The one in yellow is showing you, if you have higher institutional capacity, that reduces climate risks are still important, but they may not be as important as if you didn't have good institutional capacity. Okay? And so that gives you a sense of why you have a situation where developing countries seem to be more aggressive in greening their prudential policies than advanced economies, because one, developing countries are at greater risk in general of these climate changes. Two, they don't have the institutional capacity and or the fiscal capacity to deal with this directly. So the central bank is taking the leading role there. So you have a situation now as follows, and I'll end with this. That in all central banks are paying attention to this. Developed country or advanced economy central banks are going a bit slower in the sense of actually being proactive with prudential policy, but they are doing these other types of things. They are trying to help with the financing of developing the financial markets to make it greener. They are trying to deal with their own disclosures and improve disclosures, etc. So they are doing all of that other stuff. But with regard to actual prudential policies, imposition, it's the developing countries that have been much more proactive. Final slide, and I end here. So, given lack of harmonized set of disclosures by private entities, etc., so some people make the argument that actually you don't need that much central bank intervention in terms of prudential policy or monetary policy, etc. all the central banks need to do is to make sure, and it's hard work, but make sure that there's better disclosure, better data, etc., and then let the pricing system work, and so with greater better disclosure, there'll be more efficient price discovery. That probably is expecting too much from the markets, because even if you have better disclosure and better data, the modeling involved, as Rachel pointed out, trying to model it's one thing getting the data, it's then having got the data, trying to figure out the impact of that on your various risks and therefore asset prices, etc. Not so easy. Which suggests, therefore, it's not just about data and disclosure that's important, but you also need central banks over time to certainly get much more involved on the prudential front and possibly over time on monetary policy. And that's sort of, if you will, the longer term research in this area. Thanks a lot, folks.
Thank you very much, Professor Ramkishan. Now, we'll now proceed to the panel discussion that's chaired by Mr. Stephen Okun, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of APEC Advisors. The panelists for this session are Mr. Andrew Au, Ms. Rachel Teo, and Professor Ramkishan Rajan. Can the panelists on stage, please? The floor is yours now.
You know, as we talk about sustainability in the time of uncertainty, we have heard three very different perspectives that we can now weave in to a discussion. So we heard from, Andrew on how blockchain and decentralized finance is having an impact, and how it's also being impacted by the move towards sustainability in economics and business. And Rachel gave the investor perspective. Of course, Tishan just gave the capital markets perspective. And kind of my background, I'm the CEO of APEC Advisors, and I work predominantly now with private equity firms on their ESG and sustainability initiatives. And going back about a long time now, 25 years or so, I used to work in the United States government and was Deputy General Counsel at the U.S. Department of Transportation. So something Rachel said, really hit home, and I agree with her completely, in that when it comes to government action on climate change, it is very likely to be delayed and disorderly, and that the government is going to act in a very abrupt manner to crises. They're going to give businesses and investors very short notice. It's going to result in disruptive policies, and it is going to come with unintended consequences because they're not going to have thought through their action. So that's what we're going to see from the government side. But we're going to see a lot more pressure and a lot sooner, sooner pressure, and I think more intense pressure from the new regulators. And the new regulators, it's not the government. The new regulators who are going to have a much greater impact on sustainability are going to be the employees of the companies, and they're going to be the customers of the companies. And they're going to be demanding action, and they're going to be demanding it much faster. So this leaves investors in a very tough position, without government regulation coming when it's needed, and having to respond to investor, customer, and employee pressure. And so I want to ask Rachel kind of the first question, and then Andrew and Kishan to follow. Given the scenario we're in, what are the new emerging issues that financial markets and investors should be thinking about and being prepared to manage when we see what's coming when it comes especially to the climate crisis?
On new emerging topics that investors and markets should pay attention to, besides climate change, there's income inequality, which is a big area of research that we are working on, right? That disruption could be possible. So maybe I'll say a few words on that front before moving to the climate aspect. So what we've done was to develop an indicator to look at income inequality in each countries. We looked at it for about 27 to 30 countries, And we look at it holistically. We're not just measuring Gini coefficients. We need to look at inequality in income, in wealth, and in opportunities, right? Access to education, healthcare, and credit, and so on. So we need a very comprehensive measure of inequality that I think we still are lacking. We're still trying to develop that view. And using that data, we looked at the impact of social economic inequality on growth and inflation and financial markets. And the results are quite stark and worrying. Right? First, I think beyond a certain per capita income, rising inequality has a negative impact on economic growth. And it actually has a positive impact on inflation. Because when societies are more unequal, those with greater influence, the richer groups, they actually prefer inflation versus fiscal spending when you are hit with crisis. Right? The preference is inflate rather than spend. So there's this political dynamic underlying higher inflation. And we also found in our research that it is a driver, rising inequality is a driver of populism. Because it's fragmented society wants governments to change. They want better policies to mitigate inequality. But then when you explore the policy platforms of populist parties, they do not necessarily advocate or eventually implement redistributive policies that mitigate inequality. In fact, their policy platform tends to be more nationalist. It tends to be anti-globalization, more protectionist, which actually worsen the growth outlook, right, and worsen the underlying inequality dynamics. And so it's very worrying that we have a problem. As an investor, you look at it, right, that the political system may have a challenge trying to resolve the inequality issue that's been driven by technology, right, and economic forces. How will that get corrected will be a big issue to think about, right? And in strategic asset allocation, as investors, what are the scenarios, what are the disruptions from that? We looked at the impact on financial variables, financial market returns that matter to us as investors. Higher inequality is associated with higher country risk premium because of the inflation uncertainty and political uncertainty. And very strangely, or rather, in a perverse way, higher inequality was associated with higher equity returns. Right? Listed companies actually benefit from rising inequality. So we did a few more pieces of work, right, to understand why. And actually, it's not difficult to understand the intuition. It is because of the wealth accumulation process, right, that we are going through. The listed companies represent the best, most well-performing companies, given the underlying technological forces, right, that's generating economies of scale and network externalities. Like the winners gain a lot of market share, they grow faster, they will get listed on the stock markets that we invest in today. Right? So there is this positive relationship in the wealth creation process. Right? And also the well-to-do and the rich do invest their earnings into markets, and that support valuations. But the question is that, will these tailwinds experienced by listed equities continue, right, to persist? When will listed companies get disrupted by anti-competitive policies, anti-competition policies that we are already beginning to see signs of? Will the stagnating, headline GDP growth eventually hurt the top line growth of companies? And will they also suffer in the profitability in terms of the anti-globalization policies, right, as reducing market shares for large international companies? So these are, I think, the questions, right, that investors need to think about. And then in terms of actions for us, right?
Actually, I want to bring Andrew in.
Yeah.
Where does blockchain and decentralized finance fit within the scenario that Rachel just played out? Is this going to put an end to income inequality when you decentralize finance, or is it going to keep those tailwinds going in the favor of the haves?
Yeah, look, I think in my speech earlier this morning, we talked about that trust gap that's developed and Main Street versus Wall Street. So definitely, to answer your question, Stephen, and pick up on Rachel's point, technology disruption, And even the effects of COVID, the COVID pandemic, has definitely brought to the fore inequality issues. So at the heart of essentially the DeFi and blockchain movement is more about financial inclusion and inclusiveness. So I think definitely there's already an impact. We're seeing it in some of the projects that I did have time to expand upon, but if you look at developing markets, you're already seeing live DeFi projects in place. For example, to address the United Nations SDG Goal 1, no poverty, you're already seeing, as I said, birth certifications completed, and the No One Will Be Hungry SDG second goal. We're seeing food vouchers already implemented on the blockchain in Ethiopia and Africa. So I think that's definitely answering and addressing that. But just to pick up on that point, maybe make it a light discussion, technology disruption, big tech, fintech disruption, we've been involved in that decade, it does disrupt and create, to some extent, inequality. And I think, that's just a byproduct we have to adjust, and governments are not necessarily need to respond. Having launched an ESG platform ourselves this year, we've looked at the impacts that Dr. Rendish talked about, greenwashing, etc. I think what we're seeing from an investor hat perspective is that stakeholders, as you mentioned, consumers, the family offices that are looking at impact and not just bottom line, to Rachel's point. I think that is now happening. That has now become more mainstream. We're seeing countries, not just in the UK, China, India, you're seeing across the region, develop ESG reporting. So it's no longer just the asset allocators that are looking at that. You're seeing it, across the board. So I do think it's a very interesting topic that inequality is addressed by looking at investments from a more balanced perspective rather than just one.
And Keisha, maybe you could build on a point. I thought you had said, or at least the shorthand I took away from one of your slides, was that there's too much money going into ESG too soon. Can you expand upon that?
So far when we've been thinking about climate change, the real focus is on the Minsky movement and carbon level, etc. And that's certainly true over time, if nothing else. If we don't have this, if investors, central banks, etc., governments don't make the change, don't make the transition. The problem is, like any other kind of market, given that central banks, remember, all this happening from 2019. So from 2019 to in 3 years' time, you see so much attention paid to climate. Yes, you could say it's all pressure cooker, we should have done it long ago, but fine. But when you have all this attention and suddenly all these so-called green funds being created, etc., and everyone, so I take what Andrew said, well, it's not just about what the firms or etc. say they are doing, it's the investors are paying more attention, but I think at a aggregate macro level, I'm not sure that's still the case. Certainly over time will be much more important. And so I think there's a lot of these funds are being set up. Given that we don't have any proper template that's consistent across countries about what is green, or issues relating to disclosures, etc. It's very unclear how a lot of these funds have come up and said they are really green, or they are consistent with the Paris Accord, etc. And so many investors, I think, are still fairly superficial about these things. We want to do it right, and so we're not going to do all that research right now unless you're really committed to it, or you're fairly wealthy and you have people looking into it for you. You see a green, you might go into it. And so I think too much money has gone too soon. Now, as anyone would say, is it a bubble? So I just use the term bubble. The only way we know if there's a bubble is after the fact. But that's where I'm coming from. Let me, if you don't mind, just picking up on the point on technological development. It's not so much about inequality, and I think clearly it's important, but I'd also say it's wealth inequality, as they're increasingly talking about in Singapore. It's not just about inequality. Inequality has existed for a long period of time. It's the perception of fairness. I think that's the real concern. When you think about capital gains tax being taxed differentially in the US, not taxed at all in the case of Singapore. I'm not saying it should, but these are issues. But leaving that aside, when we think about technological development, I was thinking of Andrew's talk and then thinking about the first speech that we had today. And I was thinking on the supply side, all of this is well and good. It's important from an economist perspective, great, it reduces transactions costs, etc., etc. But then I was also thinking, well, we think about countries like Singapore, etc., rapidly aging societies. It's one thing to say we can do all of this, it's really good for the youngsters, but what about the aging folks? You kind of be a good example there. They moved ahead, how have the aged adopted to some of these technological changes? I don't think it's happening all as well in Singapore. And there's some issue that needs to be paid attention to. And the other issue that Rachel pointed out was generally issues related to the social fabric of society. You think about, you do everything online with AI, etc. What does that mean for society over time in terms of less human contact, in terms of empathy, in terms of you have the gig economy and other things coming up, automation, what does that imply in terms of employability? Yes, people are going to the gig economy, what does that imply for skills upgrading, especially at a lower level? Eventually those things get automated in terms of driverless cars, etc. What happens there? What about their health care, etc. So these are so as economists, I like the supply side transactions cost reduction, but I think the consequences on the other side are potentially immense.
Yeah, and one of the things Andrew mentioned, and I'm turning to you, Rachel, first, if you're talking about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, is that the Sustainable Development Goals are, in many ways, are inherently in conflict with one another, right? So if you are going into, if you take a no coal pledge to achieve one of the SDGs, you are likely to increase poverty, right? At least in the short term, if not in the medium term, because you are going to be having people who don't have access to energy now. If they get shut off from coal right away, and coal-generated electricity, they're going to be much poorer. They're going to have much less access to education and food. So you need one of the SDGs, but you probably harm 2 or 3 others. And people don't seem to be taking that into account when they're talking about being sustainable investors. So how is GIC thinking about that theoretically? When you're coming up with your sustainable frameworks and you're coming up with your impact outputs?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. I think you need to be holistic, right? So one of the sustainability beliefs, right, that we really anchor our practices on is you need to be holistic when you assess your investments. You need to balance the financial aspects as well as the social and environmental impacts. Right. So when you look at climate change, and you look at a country or companies that need to decarbonize it at the country level, the policymakers need to make very difficult trade-offs. They need to trade off between decarbonization and energy security, decarbonization and economic competitiveness and livelihoods. These are difficult trade-offs that policymakers have to make. And then as investors, we can support the kind of policies that governments need to put in place, but we are not in a position to make that trade-off, right? If we are asked to advocate for a certain set of policies, that might not be very fair, right? On the different governments who are actually facing very different local economic structure, different economic conditions, and different starting points. So I think as investors, we need to understand that policymakers need to make these trade-offs. We need to support. What we want to see is an orderly, right, process, right, and that all these different considerations are being balanced. And what we want to see is an orderly and smooth, and also hopefully pre-telecast decarbonization process. What would be ideal is that if different countries have a sense of how decarbonization is going to take place, a detailed roadmap if possible, so that as investors we know where the priorities are for different countries in the different sectors. We can identify the investment needs. We know where the policy supports are coming from. Then we can channel right capital into these areas in the most productive and the most constructive way.
And Andrew, and where do where blockchain fits in on things? I mean, the carbon credits help us get there. The carbon exchanges help us get there in terms of trading off from one country to another country in terms of their decarbonization journey.
Yeah, look, they're all incidental, and I definitely think we can talk about that. But I do feel if I look at that question you answered, I feel like to pick on that a bit. And I think of my own self, 25 years, started in Wall Street as an investment banker, then went to fintech, did a lot of disruption, was fortunate, and setting up Heritage Horizon Capital was about setting up the foundation. And if I look at my own microcosm of my career, I can see that Wall Street makes a lot of money, displaces a lot of things, fintech displaces a lot of things, and you have investment mandates you have to stick to. It's very hard. There's a conflict not just in the sustainable development goals, but there's also a conflict in your own corporate mandate. And I think it's very hard to address. And I love the point that Dr. Ramkishan mentioned, social fabric. When you talk about all this cool tech, the reality is over the last decade, billions and trillion-dollar companies have been formed. It's an insane amount of wealth. And it's been created off the backs of essentially societies. Governments and corporates could do all the things they can. But I think we as a society need to be more altruistic and a little bit more sensitive to that. And I think those that are fortunate to be in that position need to do more. And I think it's quite interesting in the US, for example, with the elections that have recently sort of come past. There was this topic of how do you we saw Andrew Yang talk about the concept of, well, why don't we can tax the wealthy and the billionaires because they can afford to, and they're happy to. So there's certainly a lot of things that can be done there, and I think that's a difficult problem to solve. Do you want me to pick up on the ESG carbon fund?
Yep.
Or should Dr.
Well, why don't you go for it, and then I'll come back.
So let me actually piggyback on that. So just the last part. Ideally, altruism, but absent that, or if you are more skeptical about human nature at aggregate level, not individual for particular individuals, that's where the role of government comes to play, right? And so what Rachel is pointing out, how do you manage? Yes, you want to manage this transition one way, but that also emphasizes the important. There are always going to be winners and losers. So I think of adapting to climate change and building up infrastructure, carbon tax, etc., as any other kind of reform or liberalization or trade liberalization, etc. There are going to be winners and losers. The countries that are successful in these big reforms and liberalizations are countries, apart from the political communication, etc., countries that have the fiscal space to help out the losers during the transition process. And so fiscal space becomes exceptionally important, which then relates to the issues when you have had, over the last decade, 2 decades, significant winners, and you need more fiscal space, and then takes you the whole issue about how looking for other sources of fiscal revenue, etc. I should also just make another point. When I teach in university, the other issue that comes about is, so I think all of us are on board in terms of transition rationally should be ordered, right? But then there's a generational issue as well. You talk to a lot of the youngsters, they say, nothing has happened for so long. This whole idea of transition being orderly, well, it was, you had moved the other direction, the bias was the other way, there was no transition, and so you need to make up for that, and I don't care about the consequences. Many of them are probably still they don't think of the macro level as such, but they think Singapore and other countries are probably a bit too slow in their transition process, whether it's petrochemicals, etc., etc. So there's a generational issue here, the tension there as well. So what we think is completely rational, because we're taking the entire picture as a whole, they say, well, it's already a bit too late, we need to do much faster.
And that was kind of one of my opening points, is that the new regulators are not the government.
Yes.
It's millennials and Gen Z who are going to be pushing us a lot harder than the government.
So maybe I'll just add something from the investor perspective. These are big problems, right? Sustainable problems that we are confronted with today. Generational challenges, climate change, inequality. Then, and we need collective actions, right, from all the different stakeholders, governments, businesses, consumers, but investors. So what can investors do? So what we believe in is really 3 things, right? First, invest in solutions. We're investing in climate solutions. On the ground, we're looking for commercially viable, strong companies that can have a strong impact, but also strong financial performance. You scale into that. Right, even in the area of income inequality, where there are solutions that can mitigate inequality, such as in financial inclusion. access to healthcare and education. Those are the solutions you want to look for. Right? Two, I think engage with companies, right, to help them understand the risk, prepare for the future. I think you can also advocate that companies should pay attention to climate change, the impact they have on the environment, but also in terms of diversity of their workforce, to advocate for, say, equal opportunities, not just in terms of gender and ethnicity, but also social economic diversity within their workforce and talent pool. Right? Because there's research from Harvard Business Review, for example, that said that their leaders, their workers from the lower social economic classes, they're actually very motivated, more motivated, and can actually add value to corporate performance. Right? So I think these are the two areas. And three is really integrate. Right? Investors need to be aware of these challenges and the impact it has on the companies and financial performance. Integrate them into the investment process. You cannot outsource, right, sustainability to a central group and think that the company has invested in done a job. All investors have to consider, right, both the social aspect, the environmental impact they have, right, in their investment decisions.
You talk about commercially viable is the basis for investment, but unless I'll get back to my last question, Andrew. Unless there is a tax on carbon, a price on carbon that applies globally, how can you possibly have what would be a commercially viable investment when one company is taking into account the externalities and the other is a free rider? Don't we need to get the governments to step in, or else there's only so much investors can do? And governments haven't shown any ability to do that, and hopefully we'll be proven wrong, or I'll be proven wrong after COP26. But
yeah, as an investor and a disruptor, I'm not putting my money on the government's moving anytime soon. I think if you absent carbon tax, etc. I mean, if you're talking about the decarbonization initiative, market forces can also drive it, right? There are a lot of viable projects. We invested in a algae biodiesel fuel, a biofuels company, and we've all punched the map. We know exactly how many hectares they need to produce, grow the algae culture, produce the jet and the biofuel to get carbon neutral in this particular ASEAN country. So we can be, and the biomass can be, it generates carbon credits which can be traded. So there's definitely a commercial viability and market forces and technology, because this company actually also is on the blockchain and we're actually unitizing all those investments. So I think, absent the policies which we hope governments will continue to contribute, and think tanks and forums will contribute to, I think the carbon credits is a phenomenal incentive, because it enables the free riders, to your point, Stephen, to buy. Whether it's oil and gas in those industries, go buy those credits, make yourself more commercially viable, and you look ESG friendly as well. But if you don't want to call it greenwashing, but I think that's really more, that's the market forces driving. And I think that generally moves the world for the last millennium, so it'll probably continue to.
Another thing of the carbon tax issue. So clearly, yes, in the first world, if policymakers get their act together, they give, as Andrew said, yes, you want a uniform carbon tax across countries. But you don't want a uniform lot of things across countries, nothing works, whether vaccination, etc. So absent that, you're exactly right, Steve, right? So what's the point? Well, you have the Switzerlands of the world doing $100 carbon tax, and then you have others not having any carbon tax, etc. This is where the EU comes in and says, well, we're going to have a carbon adjustment tax, right? And I suspect we may see a bit of that over time. There are two other possible sort of interesting scenarios that might happen over time from policymakers' perspective. One would be, and this was suggested long ago, where you have sort of this clubbing of countries, where a group of countries agree to have a set of uniform policies with regard to carbon tax, etc. Or more related to that is the whole idea of FTAs. That's basically what, when you think about FTAs, they are the same issues with regard to labor laws. We also have environmental standards in FTAs, right? So you might have a clubbing of countries and FTAs, as they get renegotiated, this might be an issue that comes up and that the individual countries bilaterally or regionally might start harmonizing their carbon taxes or carbon adjustment mechanisms in that way, right? But not globally.
We have time for one last question each, or okay, one last question each. So I guess in closing, let's be positive. So what's what are you basing your optimistic view on how technology is going to address social inequalities when it comes to financial markets?
Optimism, I think all the actors understand the challenges, right? And then we are all pulling our own weight in whatever ways we can to try to manage this. I think discussions, forum, awareness, research. I think a lot of big role can be played by research to create the awareness, to understand the impact. Tools analysis can be developed, right, for investors, for consumers, for governments to manage these different risks. And just one last point on the carbon credit market, right? There are a lot of challenges, right? Liquidity, equality problems. But the fact is, we have a group, right? There's a task force for scaling up voluntary carbon markets, right? They're trying to address these challenges. To the extent that it can be resolved, then we can actually have a mechanism. The carbon and externalities can be priced, and then these can be incorporated into business and also investment decisions.
Steve, I'm incredibly optimistic about the impact of, obviously, we're aware of technology, but just because I've seen it. If you look at COVID, we're doing our round of boosters. Well, there's 5 billion people on this earth that haven't even got their first dose. So, if you look at the inefficiencies, you can't do that with just policy alone. Nor could you do it with technology, which is not suddenly saying technology is the magic wand. But I can see the impacts of technology in general, not just blockchain. Is really the theme. Is if blockchain is about addressing the trust gap, enhancing that. I think technology is about being able to do a lot more with less, and it's also accessing more people. There are billions of people outside of the banking system. So when you talk about technology, what you can do with smartphones, and there are more smartphones, 3-4 times over in used iPhones that can address population size of 8 billion. We can all access a smartphone, which means therefore we can access market financing. Now, whether that be altruistic means or commercial means, if you're able to do that, then you're able to channel capital. And I think from that perspective, it sets a foundation. It's not a magic wand or a silver bullet, but it sets the foundation for then, commerce, market policy, regulation, and policy, government policy, to hopefully make this place a better and more empathetic world. So, very positive.
I agree. In terms of, if you think about what Andrew pointed out, issues relating financial inclusion, etc. Potentially, technology can help a lot of things that we couldn't deal with earlier. These are not new issues, financial exclusion, etc. They can be dealt with more. But I'd say in terms of optimism, I need to go back to a more fundamental issue. I'm more optimistic, it can also be irritating at times, but I tend to be more optimistic about the next generation. They're much more, the very fact that they're willing to debate, engage, think about broader issues. Now you could say, well, our generation gave them the necessary income and wealth, etc. for them, Maslow hierarchy of need. But the fact is that I see over the last 20 years of teaching that this current generation seems to be much more engaged in some of these issues. We may not always like what they say in terms of they're too slow at things, etc. But the fact that they're talking about have a holistic view of some of these things beyond just themselves, that makes me very positive.
Like I say, when I see GIC, venture capital, and NUS all moving in the same direction, that gives me reason. So thank you to my fellow panelists, and thank you very much to the organizers for having us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to discuss my work on Singapore as a sustainable city, past, present, and future. This work is a joint work with Dr. Rohan Ray, who is with amidst Global Energy Institute. As you might have probably guessed, I'm a Japanese and Rohan is an Indian. So I feel a little bit awkward to, overwhelmed, I would say, to talk about this topic in front of a bunch of Singaporean experts who know Singapore inside out. But to me, Singapore is a special country because it's the first foreign country I've ever visited. It's the first country I got a proper full-time job. It's the first country I got married. And in case you're wondering, I don't have a second country yet. Hopefully, I have convinced you that I'm qualified to say something about sustainability in Singapore. Okay. So there are 5 sustainability challenges in Singapore, which include use, transportation, waste management, water, and energy. I review how Singapore has tackled these challenges in each of these areas. In general, I would say that Singapore has dealt with these challenges pretty well. This can be seen from the fact that Singapore ranks pretty well in various sustainability rankings. For example, Singapore ranked number 4 in the world and number 1 in Asia in Alcadi's Sustainable Cities ranking in 2019. We'll see the challenges that Singapore faced and how Singapore has tackled these challenges. Toward the end of this presentation, I will discuss the impending challenges Singapore still has and propose ways forward towards more sustainable and livable Singapore. Now, as you know, Singapore is a small country. As such, leaders of Singapore has recognized land scarcity as one of the most important challenges and tackled this challenge with sound planning with a long-term vision, which can be seen in the concept plan. Concept plan was first developed in 1971 and revised 3 times, in 1991, 2001, and 2011. The latest revision led to the release of the Land Use Plan 2020 by MMP, which outlined the strategies to offer a high-quality environment to all Singaporeans with the aims of providing affordable homes with a range of amenities, integrate greenery into the environment, improving mobility with enhanced transport connectivity, sustaining a vibrant economy, good jobs, and ensuring room for a good living environment in the future. Now, with the long-term planning in the backdrop, Singapore took 3-pronged approach to address land scarcity. That is, Singapore expanded both horizontally and vertically and took measures to promote efficient land use. Though I said Singapore is a small country, actually it's not as small as it used to be because it has expanded horizontally. In 1965, when Singapore was independent, the land area was 580 square kilometers. Today, it has increased by around 25% to 729 square kilometers. There are plans for further expansion, and according to the plan, Singapore's land area will be 780 square kilometers by 2030. How did Singapore expand the land area so much? Of course, not by foreign invasion, through land reclamation. But land reclamation cannot be a permanent solution because reclamation becomes increasingly more expensive as you go deeper into the sea. Furthermore, it has become increasingly difficult to get the sand needed for reclamation because of the sand export bans from the neighboring countries, such as Malaysia, Indonesia, and more recently from Cambodia and Vietnam. Even though these bans are not binding, if you look at the statistics, sand still comes in to Singapore. And also, sand has become more expensive internationally. Therefore, Singapore seeks alternative ways of land reclamation, such as in Poland. Singapore has also grown taller, if you like, by embracing vertical urbanism. By building taller buildings, the competing needs for land between housing, transportation, and commercial uses can be satisfied. Therefore, this was a practical solution to the problem of land scarcity as well as urban sprawl. In pursuing vertical urbanism, the Housing Development Board has played an important role. In earlier days, the HDB blocks were made of slab blocks of up to 10 stories high. However, HDB started building taller buildings with 30-story, 40 stories in 1990s, and today such tall buildings are very common in Singapore. In recent years, the policy focus has shifted towards sustainability and livability. For example, the Urban Redevelopment Authority has launched the Landscaping for Urban Space and High-Rises, or LUSH, in 2009. This incentivizes developers to build sky terraces and roof gardens in new constructions. Now, as the environmental awareness of Singaporeans rises, the emphasis of land use policy has equally shifted towards the construction of more eco-friendly buildings and promotion of eco-smart lifestyles. Green Building Master Plan published by the BCA, or Building and Construction Authority, is one example. Other examples include elevator energy regeneration system, which recovers the kinetic energy from the movement of elevators to power other services. Use of LED lighting in common areas of HDB buildings, which I think appeared in earlier presentation today, and fitting of solar panels in rooftops and centralized chutes in HDB buildings. Land use policy works hand in hand with transportation policies. Why? Because where to live, where to work, where to play can depend much on whether there is a good transportation system. A good transportation system is also crucial for sustainable growth of a city, as congestion can undermine the smooth movement of goods and people within the city. And of course, bad congestion will reduce the attractiveness of the city. The policy focus in earlier days has been basically congestion management. Therefore, Singapore invested quite a lot on building roads. So the total road kilometers today. But just keep adding road won't be a sustainable solution. Roads already constitute well more than 10% of the land surface area in Singapore, and it's getting increasingly more expensive to build more roads. Therefore, other measures are also necessary. Hence, in addition to building roads, Singapore has worked on push and pull factors. What do I mean by that? By push factors, I mean policies to disincentivize the usage and ownership of private vehicles. These include road crossing and various taxes. Pull factors, or the factors that attract people into alternative modes of transportation. For example, the bus transportation sector was pretty chaotic in 1965. And it has been restructured several times to improve interconnectivity and to improve service standards. Another important pull factor is, of course, introduction and expansion of the MRT system. In recent years, more measures have been introduced to improve the efficiency and service standards of public transportation using modern technology. Automation has been introduced to the management of Automation has been introduced to the management of MRT system. Common fleet management system also enables commuters to know the ETA of buses they are trying to catch. The government has also taken measures to achieve car-less society by building infrastructure for pedestrians and cyclists. Examples include sheltered walkways, pedestrian overhead bridges, and designated bike path. And the AVs, autonomous vehicles, are being tested in various locations of Singapore. And again, this is a topic that was discussed earlier today. Now, traffic policy is also important from the perspective of pollution management. And here, I believe that Singapore can do better, because the World Health Organization's air quality guidelines are not achieved in several important air quality indicators. Even according to Singapore's own PSI, or Pollution Standard Index, which is not as stringent, only less than 10% of the days were with good air quality in 2016 and 2017. And for most other days, it's moderate. Okay? Last year, due to COVID, perhaps it was a bit better because traffic was less, economic activities are less. But it's still unclear, how this will become as economic activities resume. Singapore has, of course, the pollution is not just because of traffic. Other sectors are important. For example, sulfur dioxide emissions. The oil refineries are an important source, or predominantly major source of emissions. And for PM 2.5, pollution from neighboring countries is of course very, very important. If you think about haze and stuff like that. However, the emissions from vehicles is important. And Singapore has indeed done something, has taken some measures to raise consumer awareness about, for example, fuel economy, and incentivize consumers to buy greener vehicles, but certainly more could be done. Noise pollution is perhaps another area that Singapore can work on. All right. Now, let me move on to the third area, which is waste management. One impending issue in waste management is the limitation of landfill. Obviously, reducing the volume of waste is important, and mostly for this purpose, around 90% of total waste is incinerated today. Nevertheless, the Semakau landfill, which is the only landfill in Singapore at the moment, is expected to reach its capacity by 2035. Now, solid waste disposed in a day has actually dramatically increased, more than 6 times, from 1,300 kilograms per day, tons per day in 1970 to 8,400 tons per day in 2017. So even though Singapore has actually achieved a relatively low level of waste emission per person today for its level of income, further reduction is important. In particular, recycling domestic waste has been low, and more could be done here. Now I think the phones are problematic, so this should be difficulty, but currently, a few measures have been taken for source reduction and recycling for household waste. Typical rubbish chutes in HDB buildings and private housing developments are not very conducive to recycling because it's pretty easy to dump everything into the chute. This is, of course, changing with dual chutes installed in new developments, and more recycling bins are made available in all developments. Economic incentives such as unit pricing could be implemented to incentivize waste reduction. And it will be also equally important to spread normative messages about recycling in order to tackle waste problems, domestic waste problems further. I'd like to talk a bit about food waste, especially because this is a waste issue that is relevant to household and indeed relevant to pretty much everyone, including the old and young. Food waste is increasingly getting attention both locally and globally. Around the world, 1/3 of the food is estimated to be lost or wasted. In Singapore, food waste is one of the biggest waste streams. Just to give you a sense of how big the issue is, food waste generated in 2019 is estimated at 744 million kilograms, or 2 bowls of rice per person per day. This represents 20% increase over 20 years. Food waste is getting regulated to some extent. For example, Resource Sustainability Act requires big players to segregate food waste and include waste management systems in major new buildings. However, it will be difficult to strictly enforce regulations for small players, whether regulation is by fining or jailing the perpetrators because of the difficulty in monitoring. Again, spreading normative messages and changing the social norms will be important in these contexts. Now, there are indeed campaigns to spread innovative messages and to change the social norms. For example, the Clean Plate campaign aims to raise awareness about food waste in schools and hawker centers. Zero Waste SG provides information on the 3R, or reduce, reuse, and recycle, and runs campaigns to encourage the use of recyclable products. Modern and efficient waste management techniques and technologies are also critical. Examples include the development of integrated waste management facility and installation of pneumatic waste conveyance system. The fourth sustainability challenge I want to talk about is water. Singapore is a small country with limited natural reservoir. Water has always been an important national security issue. Singapore is also projected to be among the countries that are worst affected by depletion of surface water between 2020 and 2040 due to climate change. In order to cope with the issue of scarce water resources, Singapore has the 4 national tap strategy. So the first tap is imported water from Malaysia, and this remains an important water source. However, pricing of water created tension between Singapore and Malaysia from time to time, and Singapore has taken policies to reduce reliance on imported water. The aim of these policies are to make Singapore nearly self-sufficient by 2061, when the current Johor River Water Agreement expires. And this is where the 3 other taps come into play. One of the 3 other taps is rainwater from local catchment. This is an important water source. Today, rainwater is systematically collected and stored from 2/3 of total land surface area in Singapore. One recent example is the Marina Barrage, which is the first reservoir in the city center. The other taps are desalinated near-water or recycled water. Each of them also fulfills significant fraction of water demand. It is expected to do so in coming decades as well. Now, ensuring supply is an important part of water policy, but managing demand and promotion of efficient water use are also important. For example, water prices have increased a couple of times in recent years in order to take the national water system's costs. The government also mandates water efficiency labels under the water efficiency labeling scheme. While the labels themselves don't promote water water conservation, consumers will be able to distinguish what is water efficient and what is not. Singaporean government also implemented water conservation programs to encourage good water use practices. Similarly, a PUB study suggests that a smart meter can help reduce water usage by providing convenient water usage information. There are also policies and programs in place in order to encourage the water conservation, such as water efficiency fund, water efficiency awards, and water efficiency building certification, among others. With these policies in place, Singapore aims to reduce household water consumption from 141 liters per day per capita today to 130 liters per day per capita in 2030. The final sustainability challenge that I want to talk about is energy. So as the graph shows, Singapore's energy consumption has been among the highest in Asia. Further, Singapore's energy consumption depends primarily on fossil fuels, with petrol products and natural gas accounting for about 61 and 9% of energy consumption in 2016. So what has Singapore done in terms of energy? One of the most important challenges Singapore's energy policy was concerned about is liberalization of the energy market, which started in early 2000s. But the mode of electricity generation hasn't changed much. It's mostly burning fossil fuels. And the use of renewables has been mostly limited to solar power, and its contribution remains very, very limited. There are experiments to try out other energy sources, for example, in Semakau Island, but these they have a very limited usage at the moment. These alternative resources, renewable resources of energy, can potentially reduce Singapore's dependency on import of fossil fuels and make the electricity supply more sustainable. But having said that, the amount of energy that can be captured from renewables in Singapore is quite limited, at least given the current technology. Therefore, it is equally important to use the available energy efficiently. There are indeed various policies to promote energy efficiency. For example, there is the mandatory energy labeling scheme, or MELS, and you see stickers on appliances such as air conditioners and fridges with several ticks. And these labels help raise consumer awareness and enable consumers to distinguish what is energy efficient and what is not. Another interesting project would be the Project Carbon Zero. This is a competition held among primary and secondary school kids to see whether children could nudge their parents to change their energy consumption higher. And according to one study, the energy consumption within 2 kilometers of participating schools reduced consumption by around 1.8%. Other initiatives include Energy Efficiency National Partnership, which is a voluntary program helping large consumers of energy to increase their competitiveness through learning network activities, provision of energy efficiency related resources, incentives, and recognition. And the MELS that I talked about earlier is complemented by minimum energy performance standards, which mandates a minimum energy efficiency standards. So I've looked at various sustainability challenges and policies in Singapore, and generally they were successful. One, because it was calibrated according to the long-term vision. Two, it was tweaked quickly as problems arise. Although this is not something that I talked much about. Okay? So just to conclude, Singapore still has challenges of waste and dependency on fossil fuels, but I think there are opportunities for Singapore to take advantage of new technologies judiciously and explore new types of offshore technologies. If you are interested in this topic, most of today's talk is based on this book chapter. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Fuji. We will now invite Associate Professor Dr. Sarah from the Singapore University of Social Science.
over there is just not showing up over here. Yeah, so give me a second. Is it? I thought one or the other, is it? Okay, now it's synced already. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so thanks for hosting me today. And this is also, in the sort of trend, following the last presentation, this is also going to be an excerpt from a book chapter that I've got forthcoming. In this book, Social Context, Policies and Changes in Singapore, edited by Intern and Jakob. Okay, so I'm going to talk about social welfare spending in Singapore, and I guess the theme is I'm going to try and discuss what we do know and what we should know. And if you're going to see from my presentation, there is a bit of a gap between these two concepts. Okay? But I'm going to start by framing our discussion with one of my favorite examples, which is an article from The Economist published in 2010. And the title of the article is called The Stingy Nanny. And I think the title tells you everything you really need to know about what the article is about, right? This article was published around the time that Singapore was first deciding to build casinos, which was a very big change from our previous policy. But I think the point of the article was to remind the reader that no matter what changes about Singapore, some things remain the same. And the article is hinting that what remains the same is the government's attitude in Singapore towards public welfare. So if you look at the comments there, the state's attitude can be simply put: being poor here, that is in Singapore, is your own fault. Citizens are obliged to save for the future, rely on their families, and not expect handouts from the government unless they hit rock bottom. Okay? And in government circles, welfare remains a dirty word, cousin to sloth and waste. So that's where the idea of Singapore being the stingy nanny state actually comes from. And what I want to do in today's talk is I want to try and establish some facts about the situation. Okay? So I want to ask a couple of questions and maybe come up with some tentative answers to them. So one question, right? Is Singapore actually a nanny state? Or rather, is it actually a stingy nanny state? I suppose we can probably agree it's a nanny state, but is it stingy? Okay? Is it reasonable to suggest that the government is opposed to welfare and considers welfare a dirty word? Like sloth and waste. So to try to answer those questions, I'll try to establish some of the facts and context behind Singapore's spending and social welfare programs. I'll take a look at the evidence that we have about the effectiveness of social welfare spending and what we're going to need to know going forward to improve any policy gaps or issues that still remain, of which there are actually plenty. Okay? All right, so let's take a step back. And this is going to be a step way back to 1965. What's the context here? Singapore has just separated, rather surprisingly and unhappily perhaps, with the Federation or from the Federation of Malaysia. And all of a sudden, Singapore had to come up with our first post-independence budget. And the finance minister at the time was actually Mr. Lim Kim San, who later became famous for being the chief mover behind the Housing Development Board. Okay, that's where the picture of Mr. HB comes from. So in this, which is his first post-independence budget address, he describes the problem that Singapore faced from the budgetary perspective, right? So what's the problem? Basically, he says our problem stems from our large and increasing population living on a small island with no natural resources. So you can see that this whole, like small island, no natural resource narrative goes way back to independence, right? And he points out that the sources of Singapore's prosperity in the past, the entrepreneur trade, is not expanding fast enough to provide jobs for the increasing population, and it also doesn't provide enough tax revenue to maintain the level of education, housing, medical, and welfare services which a civilized society expects. Okay? So I put that out there because if you look at budget speeches by finance ministers in Singapore over the years, you'll actually find that many of those themes that Mr. Lim came up with in 1965 actually remain throughout most of our history. Right? So what's one important theme? Population and the economy as both a resource and a constraint. In 1965, the context is that we have too large of a population, not enough jobs for them. And so population is actually the constraint in 1965, in a way, right? It's a constraint to our prosperity. And today, population is again the constraint, but for very different reasons. Instead of Mr. Lim's challenge that we have too many people and not enough jobs, we've got too many jobs today and not enough people with the right skills to fill them in the resident population. Okay? So that's one part. The other part
an acknowledgement that the public expects and the government is ready to meet the challenge of providing social welfare to the people, right? There is no denial of the government's role in providing social welfare. Contrary to popular opinion, the government has always accepted that it has the responsibility to design policies to promote social welfare in Singapore. But I think what I want to point out here, and maybe the difference between Singapore and many other countries, is that social welfare is not viewed as a goal that should be pursued independently of the market constraint, of the economic reality constraint, right? And that leads to the development of what some have called a productivist model. It's not my concept or original idea. A lot of people have written about this. This idea that in Singapore we pursue a productivist model of social welfare, where the main idea is, given that you understand that you need to improve the economy or ensure the economy is operating at high efficiency in order to have the money to spend basically on taking care of social welfare, one of the first priorities for social welfare funding should be to actually make sure that the economy can operate. And in other words, to make sure that the population, the country, actually has the level of skill, human capital, infrastructure necessary to promote economic growth. So that's the productivist model of social welfare, which is a bit different, for example, maybe from the welfare state concept, where there's a lot more concern about, for example, the rights of welfare and of citizens. Okay, so it's a different kind of emphasis. Okay, so concepts, right? What are the measures of social welfare spending that I'll talk a bit about in today's discussion. So, social welfare spending is basically going to be government spending on infrastructure and services with the primary aim of addressing social needs and improving social welfare. So, the very typical definitions include spending on public health programs and subsidies, spending on pensions, retirement, disability payments, and that kind of old age support, transfers to low-income or zero-income families and individuals, and employment-related support, like uninsurance and transfer programs. And it's important to note that welfare spending, at least based on the economic understanding and the international literature, it generally excludes expenditure on developmental and economic institutions. So that means that it typically doesn't include measures of national development infrastructure, like MRT lines and roads. It typically doesn't include industrial development policy or public institutions like courts, regulatory authorities, and so on. And I think here, again, there's a bit of a maybe difference between the productivist view and some other views of social welfare. Because other views may concentrate largely on the kinds of insurances and benefits that the state provides to protect citizens against risk and uncertainty. But the productivist view would argue that all those investments in the Jurong Town Corporation, Changi Airport, and so on are necessary, because without them, you don't get the economic development, and without that, you don't get the money necessary to pay for all of the social welfare. Okay, so differences in views here. Okay, but we're going to be concentrating on the more traditional economic view here. So this chart shows you the social welfare expenditure, measures of social welfare expenditure in Singapore as a share of the government's budget and also as a share of GDP. So if you look at the bar charts on the top, that shows you how big the spending is in a given category as a chunk of the government's overall budget. So for example, in 2019, about 17% of the government's budget was actually spent on education. In 1966, it was about 20%. Okay? And the table below shows you the percentages as a share of GDP. So in 1966, it's about 4.7% of GDP that was spent in education. So what can we take away from this comparison of post-independent Singapore and Singapore before COVID really hit us in 2019? So you can see that education and healthcare still remain the two largest social welfare expenditure categories, right? Their relative shares have shifted a bit, and the reason for that is the changing demographics of the population. In 1966, I think close to just about 40% plus of the population was actually aged 14 and below. In 2019, it's not much more than about 10% plus or so. Okay, so there's been a big change in the size of the young population, which is going through compulsory education. That accounts for why the education share is smaller in 2019 than it was in 1966. And likewise, we've had a big increase in the share of the elderly in Singapore, and that's pushing up the relative share of health in the budget. Okay, so a lot of the reasons for these changes actually have to do with gradual changes in demographics over time. But what I want to draw our attention to now is the changing role or the changing importance of spending on financial assistance and transfers. In 1966, if you look over at the bar that's called welfare transfers, okay, 1.43% of the government budget was actually devoted to cash transfers to support people who had insufficient incomes, public assistance schemes essentially. So 1.43% of the government budget and about 0.33% of GDP was actually direct cash transfers to poor and indigent persons. In 2019, what is that share, that percentage? Actually, I don't blame you if you can't find it because it's almost nothing. Okay? So welfare transfers in 2019, direct cash transfers, okay, form 0.13% of the budget and pretty much close to 0% of GDP. Okay? What has taken the place of public assistance schemes to the poor and indigent is a whole range of targeted policies that also in many cases provide cash transfers, but which are not actually based on just alleviating poverty. Instead, they've got other social objectives. It just so happens that a lot of the recipients might be lower income. So an example, now we spend close to 2% of the budget every year, or close to about 0.3% of GDP on family development transfers. Okay, these are expenditures to encourage Singaporeans to have children, to support the cost of child rearing and so on. We spend 1.35% of the budget today on labor market and old age transfers. So these are things like the welfare income supplement and top-ups to people's CPF accounts or payments or cash payments to people who are retired, such as the Silver Support Scheme. So the emphasis or the nature of our cash transfers to the poor have changed considerably. We still have direct cash transfers to poor people in Singapore. It's just that it's very, very small now in comparison to all of the targeted transfer programs we have designed around income support, elderly support, and family support. So we tend not to give money just because somebody is low income now and nothing else. Okay? Yeah, so that's one major difference. Okay, so let's see, yeah. So let's take a look at, let's shift our focus now and take a look at social welfare spending in Singapore in comparison to other economies. And on this table, I'm going to look at Singapore, which is at the top, compare it to a number of highly developed economies, some emerging market economies and some Asia-Pacific economies. And the percentages of GDP that Singapore spends are listed there. I mean, all the percentage figures there are basically the percent of GDP in the country which is spent in a particular category. And this is to ensure comparability, right? Because these are obviously economies of different sizes. So I guess the first thing I want to caution here is that because it is actually not trivial to compare expenditure cross-nationally, because there can be different ways countries account for things in their budget, different definitions of expenditure in a particular category, we do have to look at these figures with some caution. Okay? And the figures are mostly taken from publication by Lindert. But what stands out from here? First, if you just look at expenditure, it's fairly obvious that Singapore operates a very lean or light welfare state compared to the highly developed economies. In general, when you look at highly developed economies, they spend substantial proportions of their GDP on healthcare expenditures, substantial proportions on old age benefits, and also usually pretty hefty amounts on labor market transfers, unemployment, family support, and so on. Okay? But Singapore spends maybe about 1/3 of the amount in terms of the share of GDP that most of the highly developed economies spend on health, for example, right? About 2.3% of GDP in Singapore versus 7 to 8% in many of the highly developed economies. In old age benefits and labor market transfers, Singapore spends virtually nothing as a share of GDP. But most of the highly developed economies spend something close to 10% of their GDP on these transfers. Okay? What are some reasons for these differences? Well, for health and old age in particular, the major reason is just the financing mechanism, right? So as I'm sure that the Prof. Chia will also talk about later, the major difference here is that in Singapore, a lot of healthcare spending and old age benefits in particular are actually paid for by workers' own contributions to their CPF accounts. In other countries, these benefits would be provided through taxation, right? So instead of making contributions to your own defined savings account, the government would tax you and use the tax money to basically pay out benefits for health and old age. So that's one major difference here. And that's why, that again highlights the difficulty of making these comparisons cross-nationally, because arguably, because the CPF system is a government-mandated system, it should be included when we're talking about the amount of resources that are spent in the country on a particular social need like health or old age benefits, but because it is not the result of taxation, it just doesn't get counted. So when you're looking at these figures, one can't assume that just because Singapore is spending a very small amount, that because of that, there are no policies, for example, that actually cover that particular social need. Right? So you have to look at the financing source of the policy in order to put it into broader context. On the right-hand side of this table, I've got a couple of indicators which are not inputs, they're actually outcomes instead. And in green, that's life expectancy in birth, and that's a human capital index. So what are these? Life expectancy is fairly self-explanatory, right? It's how long somebody can expect to live if they're born in that country in the present day. And the human capital index is a measure that the World Bank developed to try to estimate the amount of human capital and health capital development that a young person would have if they were born in that country in that year of measurement. And an index value of 1 is meant to represent the fact that the World Bank estimates a person born in that country would have the maximum level of health and human development due to, for example, the quality of the public health system, the quality of the public education system, and so on. And the thing I think we want to take away from this is Singapore does very well on these outcome indicators, despite Singapore's very, very low shares of GDP on spending on health and public education relative to other highly developed economies, right? As you can see for the human capital index, Singapore actually has the highest value there out of all the countries that are listed on that table. Okay? So when it comes to certain macro measures, even though Singapore, as I explained earlier, doesn't spend a lot of GDP on social welfare spending, it looks like we're getting good value for money, although again, the comparison cannot be done perfectly because of the differences in financing between Singapore and other places. Okay? All right, so that brings us to a broader question which we have to tackle, which is, how do we measure the effectiveness of social welfare spending? And here I've got a quote from the then Deputy Prime Minister and Second Minister of Health, Mr. Goh Chok Tong, when he introduced what would later become our MediSave National CPF-based medical savings scheme. Okay? And he was introducing this in the context of a debate in Parliament about the National Healthcare Plan, where this was actually the first step towards our individual health savings account, which everybody knows as MediSave. And he was defending the government's decision to introduce this system versus the alternative. What is the alternative? Well, the alternative, obviously, is a system where the government, instead of asking you to save into your own medical savings accounts, the government basically just assumes total responsibility for paying for medical expenses. Right? So that's universal health care, which is a very common feature in many highly developed economies. So what Mr. Goh is pointing out is that the government has studied the universal healthcare systems in many highly developed economies, and the government believes that those systems are wrong. Okay? Why does the government believe that? Because as he says, he studied those systems, he studied their degeneration from their first youthful blush to their present pallid state. And he argues that the reason why these healthcare systems globally are crumbling is because of inefficiency. Because the welfare model, he says, of free medicine has not worked. He says it doesn't reward those who make an effort to stay healthy. And he points out there's no such thing as free healthcare. So what he's pointing out is, even if you're getting healthcare for free, at the point where you go to the hospital, the doctor, you have to pay for it anyway, right? You have to pay for it through your tax money. And basically he's suggesting that the key difference here is that if you're paying for it out of pocket instead of through your tax dollars, at least then you will have some incentive or some reason to preserve your health better and therefore cost the overall healthcare system less money in the end. That's the argument that he's making. So this is not a novel argument. Lots of people have made this argument before in the context of trying to argue for example, more co-payments or less universalism in healthcare insurance, right? And I think reasonable people can disagree with his claim, right? Because the welfare systems, the welfare model of free medicine in European countries has not collapsed yet. He was talking about this, more than 30 years ago, but we haven't collapsed yet, right? So you might disagree with him on his claims. However, he does correctly identify that the crux of the issue is what's the cost of your healthcare system overall? What are the outcomes you're getting for the cost that you're paying? And so, in economic terms, the key question when we're evaluating social welfare policy is not just the distributional consequence of the policy, so who wins and who loses, or who's paying for it and benefits, but it's also got to be the impact of those policies on economic efficiency and policy outcomes. And as I'll show you in today's discussion, there are actually substantial knowledge gaps that we have in our understanding of these three issues, distribution, efficiency, and outcomes, in lots of areas of social welfare spending in Singapore. And I'm only going to have time to go over two areas a bit, which will be family development and social assistance spending, but happy to address questions if I know something about them later. Okay, and I believe Prof. Xiao will talk about the CPF system as well. Okay, so it's hard to keep arrowing you. Anyway, okay. All right. Okay, so let's talk about family development spending. Okay. All right. So what's the context here? Well, it's interesting because this is an example of a policy whose goalposts have shifted dramatically over time. Okay, what do I mean? Family development has always been a key social welfare issue in Singapore. But what we want out of family development policy has changed dramatically over time. In the early years, post-independence, the main aim of the government in family development policy was to get people to stop having children. Because in 1965 and 1966, our large population was seen as a problem and not a benefit, because there weren't enough jobs to go around, right? But since the late 1980s, that policy thinking has obviously shifted completely to a pro-natalist stance, where now the problem is seen to be insufficient citizen births, and in particular, insufficient citizen births among higher income or better educated families, which is the more unpleasant, more eugenicist side of the argument, which the government has backed away from, but as you're going to see in my discussion, still seems to implicitly encourage through its policy formulation. Okay? So family development spending today has its main idea or main emphasis on trying to get Singaporeans to have more babies and to support those resulting children better. Okay? And it's expensive. It comprised about 72% of MSF budget in 2019, or about $2 billion. And yeah, I mean, if you have kids, I'm sure you're well aware of what these policies are. So I'm going to rush a bit because I'm running out of time. But I want to point out that there are distributional consequences of our family development policy. Why is that the case? It's because many of our family development policies are structured to benefit higher income Singaporeans more. Because we've designed into the system tax rebates, tax credits, and pro-family leave schemes where the government pays your leave. And of course, if you're a higher income earner, you actually get more benefits if you're taking leave for 1 week than a low income earner, right? So for example, if you are a high income working mother and you're able to claim the maximum per child tax relief of $50,000, if you're taxed at the highest marginal rate, that's worth $11,000 tax savings for you, okay, for the child that year. A median income working mother would only enjoy tax savings of less than $1,000. So the way that the system is designed has distributional consequences. So setting aside for the moment the fact that there are other policies out there to support low-income families in Singapore with children, the nature of the tax rebate or relief scheme is that if you're high income, you benefit a lot more. And another point to note is we have got schemes where the government kicks in some money to help you develop your children, right? The child development account is the main one, where if you put money into the CDA, the government matches it. Now, the match is obviously going to be worth more to a lower income Singaporean because they don't have as much spare cash lying around. But despite the fact that the match is going to be more important for such families, some research suggests that only 1/3 of, for example, a sample of family service center clients actually reported that they were able to save in a CDA. In other words, most of these clients were not able to take advantage of the match at all because perhaps they didn't even have the spare cash to put it into the account so that the government could match it. So these are some of the gaps in the policy. So does the drone internet policy work? Another way of looking at the problem is to ask the question whether these policies actually help to increase fertility or not. Again, I don't have time to go over this in detail, but I'll point out that there's very little research in Singapore that actually shows any effect of these policies on improving fertility. And if there is little published research that shows a positive effect on improving fertility, then one might question whether the policies are better understood as just ways of trying to subsidize the cost of having children, supporting families, rather than paying people to have more babies. Okay? But in that case, one has to question whether the distributional effects of these policies, which is that higher income Singaporeans often benefit more in dollar terms, whether that's a good or bad thing. Okay? Again, setting aside directed benefits for low-income families and so on. Okay, the last thing I'll talk about is social welfare and financial assistance. Okay, not totally all the time, but it's important, so I'll try to go over it quickly. So again, the context is that on-budget spending has fallen dramatically, right? From about 0.33% of GDP in 1966 to, much less, close to 0% in 2019. But in part to support that or to supplant that, we have got a complex system today of targeted schemes, subsidies, and voluntary welfare initiatives that some people have called the many helping hands or the Kueh Lapis approach. Prof. Chia has also characterized this as a Confucianist model, so have other researchers. Okay? And the government argues that we should look beyond just the headline number, which is that there's not much direct cash transfer to people, and we should look instead at the totality of government spending on social services and programs. So, what is that totality? Here are some estimates from the government. In 2019, the government estimated that the average annual transfer to residents of 1 and 2 room flats was about $10,000 plus per household member, which is more than twice the average transfer to all the households in general. And it's about 7 months of income for 1 to 2 room household residents. So is it good or bad, right? At first glance, this seems like we are in fact incredibly generous to lower income households in Singapore, and lower income households should not want for anything. But when you look more deeply at how these figures are calculated, you will realize that the transfer computation includes lots of things which have got nothing to do with daily living expenses. Here are some examples. It includes the transfers due to the digital TV, assistance scheme, and DTV starter kit. It includes the transfer for building the enhancement for active seniors, or E-scheme, which puts grab bars in the toilet. So can these transfers be eaten? Can they be converted to groceries? The answer is no. It's impossible to tell from currently published official government data on these transfers to what extent the transfers actually help to meet the daily needs of low-income Singaporeans. Okay? And at the broader level, the question is whether social welfare spending is actually effective. So we've got research done by MOF that shows that mobility of lower-income Singaporeans is actually pretty decent, better than that of some so-called welfare states with more extensive social support systems like the UK, Denmark, and Canada. But at the same time, there are no official government measures of the efficacy of social welfare spending. We don't know whether the spending uplifts families above the poverty line, helps families meet basic daily needs, or addresses social challenges such as food security and homelessness. Right? And just some examples of this, because in the 2000s, many of us thought that the main problems of poverty in Singapore, such as food insecurity and homelessness, had been eradicated. There were no discussions in Parliament at all in the 2010s about food insecurity issues, right? And yet, in 2019, a study found that about 1 in 10 Singaporean households experienced food insecurity in the last 12 months, right? In 2019, a nationwide street count identified close to 1,000 street homeless persons in Singapore. So these findings suggest that the poor in Singapore were invisible throughout the 2000s and 2010s, rather than we had successfully addressed all of the problems of poverty. In 2019 as well, a minimum income standards-based study established in elderly single Singaporean households required about $1,379 to meet the basic standard of living. What's the problem with that? If you add together all of the official sources of support, that only covers about half of this requirement per month. If you look at the basic retirement sum, which 1/3 of active CPF members were not able to meet when you reach 55 in 2020, the basic retirement sum only pays us about half of this amount. There's been updated research since then, which has looked at the problem of households, families with young children, and the number there is that a family with young children requires about $6,400 a month to achieve a basic standard of living, which is a problem when you realize that about 1 in 3 households have difficulty actually meeting this amount of income. So, of course, there are controversies about the research method, but the point is, it is actually an attempt to try and figure out what do you need to survive in Singapore and to measure or compare that to the resources people actually have. Okay, so just to conclude, sorry for running over, social welfare transfers have roughly doubled as a share of the budget in GDP since 1966, but the way in which we've done our social welfare transfers has changed dramatically. Instead of giving money to the poor and indigent outright, we've instead created lots of schemes to direct funding to improve, or with policy objectives in mind, such as improving fertility, improving family life, supporting low-wage work, and supporting low-income retirees. And as a result, I think our ability to help low-income Singaporeans who kind of fall through the gaps because they don't quite fit in one of these other categories have probably diminished to some extent. And although I think when you look at government policy over the last 10 years especially, there is indeed, I think, a renewed emphasis and a new commitment to social welfare spending. There's very little research that I think really tries to understand what are the distributional consequences, outcomes, and the extent to which these programs meet social welfare, social needs in Singapore. So I think we've got to address some of these research gaps in order to develop our policies further. Okay, so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Sarah. We will now invite Associate Professor Chan Yi-chun from the National University of Singapore. Prof. Chan, please.
Very good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to share some of our work in this policy forum. The sharing that I'm going to show you later is based on a research team from both economics and the Southfield School of Public Health. Unfortunately, I'm not going to talk about CPF or financing today. Well, I'm going to talk about manpower sustainability. Well, as we heard today, sustainability of economic growth in Singapore crucially depends on availability of both capital, labor, and technology. And we have discussed quite a bit this afternoon and late morning about the financial technology innovations given the current macroeconomic environment, especially in the context of climate change. Being the last speaker, it's good that you are still around. Thank you. I will look at the sustainability of manpower in the midst of an aging population. Now, Singapore, here is my acknowledgement. The data I used were from CPF, you're right, quite related to CPF, Department of Stats and Ministry of Manpower. Yeah, okay. Now, Singapore entered the 21st century with an aging population, and in less than 2 decades, from 2000 to 2019, became an aged society that is like a society with more than 14% elderly. Singapore, in fact, become one of the fastest demographic transition in the world. They transit very fast from aging to aged. Japan took 25 years. We only take 19 years. And Singapore is on track to become super aged in 10 years' time, in less than 10 years, when the last cohort of the baby boomer generation will enter into the silver year. Now, I want you to take a look at this slide. It's obvious that the population pyramid had inverted, but I want to draw your attention to the shrinking working age population. If we look at those people who are like 65 years and above, most of the time when we see the population pyramid, like what we've seen before, they will put like those people who are 85 above with no details. Now I have a detail of people who are 65 to 100. This is based on my own forecasting model. You can see that the oldest old is becoming the fastest growing age group. And we are witnessing rolling waves of older people. Is therefore demography a destiny? In this research work, we are motivated to find out what can be done in this demographic transition. What policy innovations can help to enhance human capital and productivity. Like many other developed countries, we know that we are aging, but one difference is that we stay healthy for a longer time. Singapore has the highest life expectancy, 84.9 years. It's the highest in the world. Sorry, it's even higher than Japan. And it also had the highest healthy life expectancy. That is years that you live when you are still healthy. Is at birth is estimated 73.9, surpassing Japan, surpassing Switzerland. Many older people in Singapore, they want to stay active and they want to be fully engaged based on survey. So what can the government do to tap on the longer life expectancy and longer healthy life expectancy? The government had done several things, such as like having a more inclusive work policy, a higher minimum retirement age, legislation like workplace fairness, and but this afternoon I want to focus on the 2012 re-employment legislation. Again, we like to, because Japan is one of the most aged society, we always like to learn from a super aged society. Japan is the first in the world to introduce a re-employment option. In 2007, this re-employment concept was announced by the Prime Minister in the National Day Rally. On 2012, the legislation kicked off to offer re-employment to allow older adults to work, to give them the option to do so if they want to. And in fact, in 2019, there was a tripartite work group which also recommended that by July next year, retirement age will be raised from 62 to 63, and their re-employment will be from 67 currently to 68. Actually, it's 65, right? Only the university is 67, yeah. So the motivation for this study is to look at the impact of retirement on health. But in the interest of time, I will skip the literature review. empirical evidence has been quite mixed. The US HRS studies show a negative impact, while those using the German kind of data show a positive impact. Now, studies vary in terms of using different health outcomes. Some use self-reported health or measured health. Some look at physical health. And physical health can be can be different because some studies uses the ADL's measure, and some look at the mental cognitive health. So I'm going to skip the literature review. The study that we want to focus on, and I hope that we can take away from this session, is the following 4 questions. First, will workers actually take up the re-employment offer to work longer and delay retirement? Secondly, to work or retire earlier, what is the difference in terms of health outcome? Does retirement affect health outcome and health utilization? And lastly, the takeaway will be whether work environment and job satisfaction will affect retirement work decision. So as I mentioned, the study is based on the retirement and health study. I think water was also involved in the pilot study. Yeah. So the RHS data had very rich data on health and retirement needs of Singapore residents. It collect data on demographic, on employment, on health status, on financial status as well. The RHS data is a joint effort from multi-agency, HDB, MOF, MOH, and MOM. It's a longitudinous survey. Participants are surveyed every 2 years. The first wave was in 2014. Now they are moving into the 5th wave. For this study, we are given access to 3 waves of the data, but the 3rd wave it still is in the process of cleanup. And what I'm going to report now is based mainly on wave 1 and wave 2 of the data. So we use things like retirement status, cognitive function, based on the mini mental state exam score, and also about cognition. So we look at both mental health and physical health and healthcare utilization in the past 12 months in terms of polyclinic utilization, hospital utilization. Yeah. And we also look into the social engagement, like how often you interact with people. But I think for the 2020, we have to be careful because of the social distancing, so the data may be quite biased. Well, we know there is a correlation between health and retirement from the data. For example, a majority of the respondents in wave 1 regarded that their health status is good. And interestingly, more retirees rated their health as being fair or poor compared to the non-retirees. And more non-retirees reported that they have very good or excellent health compared to retirees. And you look at the data itself without just the raw data, look at the summary statistics. Compared to those who were working full-time, respondents who were fully retired, they tended to be older, had lower educational attainment, had lower non-health expenditure, higher total healthcare visit, higher total healthcare cost, poorer self-reported health, and greater disease burden for chronic illnesses like hypertension, diabetes, high blood cholesterol, and they are more likely to have cognitive impairment compared to those who are still working. Well, there seems to be a correlation between health and retirement, but what we are interested in is the causality, whether retirement affect health, or does it because of poor health that you retire? Yeah, so the relationship can work both ways, and it therefore complicates our study. Yeah. I think Hao Ming is very good at this. This is what econometricians call this as endogeneity problem, and the problem of like omitted variable bias. Fortunately, over the past years, there are people who, econometricians, even the current Nobel winners, their work is trying to detangle this kind of endogeneity problem. Yeah. So we make use of the regression discontinuity design to detangle the link. Now, regression discontinuity design is a econometric strategy to estimate the treatment effect in a non-experimental setting when the treatment group is determined by some pre-assigned observable variable known as a cutoff. So in this instance, for our case, we are able to make use of the re-employment mandate that was rolled out in 2012. But the first wave of the data is 2014. So people who were 62 years old in 2014, this group of people will be eligible for re-employment. We therefore use what we call the re-employment mandate as an instrument. To put it briefly, re-employment does not affect health directly. Re-employment affects your decision to work or retire, right? So when we apply this technique, we can therefore isolate the impact of retirement on health, right? As seen in this slide, that the Re-Employment Act implementation in 2012, those people who were but we use 2014 data. So people who were 62 and below in 2014, they are considered the treated group, right? But people who are above, they are not eligible for the re-employment mandate. Therefore, the respondents will kind of split into two groups, the treated group and the untreated group. Yeah. But to verify whether there is indeed randomization, we follow the standard way of doing it. We look at the treated and untreated group using some unaffected variables, such as like the fraction of married individuals in each age cohort. And you can see from the scattered plot here, it's continuous, right? And on your right panel, you see the fraction of individuals with PSLE qualification against, you can see the continuous scattered plot. This is to say that the treated and untreated group are similar at the cutoff point, right? So they are basically the same in other aspects. The only difference is that one group has the opportunity and option to be re-employed under the re-employment mandate, but not the other group. Doing our estimation, we found that after adjusting for education, marital status, housing asset, and expenditure, the re-employment mandate decreases retirement in the overall sample by 8.7%. So if I can draw your attention to the font that are red in my slide, you can see that at age 63, around 35% of the sample is retired, whereas at age 64, around 45% of the sample is retired. So those people who are age 63 and below, they are eligible for the re-employment offer, and you can see that the re-employment mandate apparently works in the sense that overall retirement dropped by close to 8.7% in our estimation. This means that delayed retirement did in fact boost the number of mature workers staying in the workforce. We also look at it for the different gender. Divided by gender, we found that more men than women delay retiring. Women tend to retire earlier compared to men. This could be because women have greater family obligations, such as caregiving for children, for grandchildren, or even like for informal care for sick relatives. And if you look at the data itself, more than half of the female respondents stated caregiving as the main reason for being economically inactive, compared to just like 3.1% for males. This is not unusual. You look at like some policies that were introduced to reintegrate elderly unemployed workers into the workforce, say in Austria. Such similar differential gender responses were also observed. Yeah. Next. Our results show that retirement increases total healthcare utilization and cost, especially among male retirees. Male retirees had a higher number of healthcare visits and polyclinic expenditure. This may be because even right now, you look at the data, health data, males have higher incidence of self-reported diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, and high blood cholesterol. So our finding is therefore also consistent with other empirical work done for China, France, and UK that show that retirement increases the use of healthcare services and healthcare costs. Next, we wanted to explore whether occupational characteristics would affect retirement decision. We did quite a lot of work to convert the data that was given in the Singapore occupation classification and divided it by task. So following the literature, instead of looking at occupation, because in the survey they say that I'm a teacher, I'm a laborer, I'm a bus driver, but what we really want to know is the skill and the task involved on the job. In the literature, the way to look at it is to look at tasks, whether it's routine or non-routine. Routine jobs are jobs that can be automated. Yeah, so you can use, can be computerized or mechanized. So it's easily automated, it's called routine. Most of you here will be doing non-routine job because it cannot be automated. Yeah. And we also look at whether the task is manual or non-manual. Manual jobs are physically more demanding. Non-manual job can be analytical, cognitive as well. We therefore use data from the Department of Stats. Department of Stats have been very generous to share data with us, and then through some process, we were able to match the occupational classification into task classification. Yeah. The results show that while the implementation of the re-employment mandate in 2012 helped to raise the employment rate for workers in the more highly routine and higher manual job by 6.1%, this was much lower than those who it is lower compared to those who are in less fiscally demanding job. Yeah. So you can see that those in the manual job include the craft workers, whereas those low manual, high routine job are mostly workers in the hospitality sector, retail sector, service managers, clerks, etc. Yeah. So one implication is that the poor health of these Asian employees in fiscally demanding job holds back from working more, and therefore the policy implication is to have better job design, redesign, and technology and innovation to upgrade them, to help them from being worn out by the fiscal grind. Next, I want to look at job satisfaction and how people respond. In the questionnaire, the job satisfaction is measured by your relationship with your boss, with your colleagues, whether you enjoy going to work, whether there's any work stress. And our studies show that people with lower job satisfaction in wave 1, and then we follow them in wave 2, people with lower job satisfaction, upon retirement, they reported better health and lower depression incidence. So it seems like retiring from jobs with low job satisfaction may be linked to better physical and mental health. Okay. We also like to find out why people take the offer and why do not. Because we have wave 1 and wave 2 data, we look at people who rejoin the workforce in wave 2. That is, in wave 1, they have retired, but then they come back in wave 2, and we call them the newly active workers. And we look at their willingness, track their response. In wave 1, there are questions like, whether you are willing to continue to work if you can, and will you consider rejoining the workforce under certain conditions. Such certain conditions include like work arrangement, you are given flexible hour, you have shorter hour, and your workplace is near home. All this working environment, or working environment in terms of like elderly friendly environment and such. Interestingly, the willingness to rejoin declines with age, which is not unexpected. Yeah. And we found out that people who actually become newly active, they already indicated in wave 1 that they are willing to rejoin the workforce if the workplace environment is favorable. So therefore, it seems like whether people will pick up the re-employment offer is predisposed on their willingness. But to put all this together, in conclusion, we found out that the re-employment mandate, in fact, delay retirement with greater impact on male compared to female, and that people who are in the low manual and highly routine occupation, they stay employed more than those people who are in highly manual and highly routine occupation. Then retirement increases the total healthcare costs for males more than female. Then we found out that job satisfaction will that also affect people's decision to be re-employed. Okay, and besides the legislation, an important point that we found out is that it also depends on people's willingness to rejoin the workforce. Yeah. So that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chia, for very insightful sharing. We'll now proceed to the final session for today, whereby we're going to have a panel session and Q&A session with Professor Tiani Chun, Associate Professor Tiani Chun, Associate Professor Tomoki Fuji, and Associate Professor Walter Teixeira, for the final session. So, Prof. Chia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we should open the questions to the floor first. People who are here, we take some questions from you to keep the discussion going, and then we will open up to people who are online. Any questions?
Any questions?
Or else, I shall devote my privilege as a chair to start the questions. Maybe first question go to Walter, because I'm more familiar with his work. Yeah. His study is very interesting about the social welfare model in Singapore. In my own research, I find that it's sometimes very hard to get the data to fully understand the extent and the role of social expenditure in Singapore. This is because Singapore has a very unique financing model. A lot of the social protection is, as you have mentioned, is in the area of healthcare, housing, retirement, and employment. That is the welfare scheme. All right. In my course of study, I found out that the way we fund our social protection is quite different from the rest of the world, because we are very fond of saving for the future, saving for the unexpected expenditure. So we all know about the reserves, right? So similarly to the structure of reserves, the social protection in Singapore is actually funded through different kind of funds, right? It can be an endowment fund, it can be trust fund. For example, in 2014, when we had the Pioneer Generation Fund, it's a trust fund, and only the return from the trust fund can be used, right? When you talk about healthcare and education, a lot of it is endowment fund, so only return can be spent. A trust fund, you can draw down the capital. Yeah. So in your estimation, for example, do you take into consideration spending from the funds?
Yeah. So I think that's a great question, actually, because I think it highlights the difficulty of not only comparing social protection systems and expenditure across countries, but also even within a country like Singapore. How do you come up with a measure of that? So the measures I got in that paper are taken straight from the Singapore budget, and the budget rule in Singapore is that it basically, generally speaking, it only counts expenditures which are made from funds available down here, which would either be tax revenue or it would be funds which are made available through the allowable drawdown on net investment return contribution. So if the contribution is actually coming from a defined set aside endowment fund, it doesn't actually have to be counted in the budget that year as far as I understand it. So to give you one example, let's talk about ComCare spending, right? So ComCare spending is basically our financial support schemes to low-income Singaporeans who don't qualify under some other scheme like family development or whatever it is. So this is just cash support. And ComCare is partially funded by the ComCare Endowment Fund, by the returns from that, and it's also partially funded by direct drawdowns from the government budget that year. What I report there is only what is actually voted in the government budget. It does not include the contribution to the ComCare Fund, because there is no consistent way of comparing it across countries. But the ComCare Endowment Fund, I think in addition, if I'm not wrong, it would only effectively more or less about double the share of GDP that it takes up. It's not as if it would, increase it by 10 times or 20 times or something like that. So it's only about 50% paid for by the fund.
Yeah, but the ComCare Fund is really quite huge. By 2019, it was around about 17 billion.
Yeah. So we really spend the interest on it.
Yeah,
so
we spend the interest.
So the measure you look at any given year is the actual expenditure the fund makes rather than the total amount available. Yeah.
In 2019 budget, if you look at the budget for health, and if you look at the funding from all the funds, like the Medic Fund, Medic Silver Fund, Elder Care Fund, that would increase the government expenditure by $1 billion. So if you include that into the GDP, it will increase the percentage of spending. So I always think that if you just use the budget sources, it will be an underestimation. But if you delve deeper, it may give you a different story.
Yeah. But I think if I can just add on here, I think that's actually the catch of the problem, right? Which is that the government themselves are not consistent in how they want to measure it. So when the government wants to, for example, talk about the health spending efficiency of Singapore healthcare, they like to push a number as low as possible, and they won't include, in fact, all the other funds we talk about. But if they want to talk about, for example, how much money the government is spending in healthcare to make Singaporeans happy, then they will add in everything. So actually, it's not, I would say that we're not consistent about this, which is the problem.
I see.
Yeah.
But do you think that the welfare, the way we spend on welfare is related to government's philosophy? Or that, we try to avoid being a nanny state. But recently, I think, especially DPM, Minister Taman talk about trampoline, talk about the moving escalator. Does that indicate a move, a shift towards welfare spending?
I think if you look at the actual policies we've implemented, and then you yourself have done lots of research on this, we can all see quite clearly that there's been a huge increase in welfare programs in Singapore over the past decade especially. And because of the increase in welfare programs, we now cover many of the areas that the so-called traditional welfare state covers anyway. So we've got non-contributory old age pensions, which is social support scheme. We have got income support for government. Then this year, just in the last month or so, now we're going to have unemployment insurance, right? Which may well have a significant government payment share. We don't know yet, but it's likely to have. So I think that, I think as I said in the talk, it's probably never right to say that Singapore is not a welfare state. It's just that we have tried our best, I think, to couch it in different terms. But if you look at the actual policies, sometimes there's not a lot of differences, I think. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any question from the floor? Any question coming in online? No. Then I shall ask Jill. Recently we are facing the impact of the global energy crisis, right? The current crisis came about because of an underestimation of post-pandemic recovery, driving up the pent-up demand. In particular, there was like a swing towards concern on climate change and to have more reduced carbon. So there was an underinvestment in gas, leading to supply disruption. There was also a reduced capital expenditure in fossils, such as coal and oil field. This is impacting Singapore in terms of crisis. What is your take on this? How do you see we can navigate out from this crisis? What Singapore should do?
Yeah, so I think, one of the important things to do anyways is to, push for the use of more energy efficient technology. That is something that, pays off in the long run in any case. So if as you use less, energy, the price impact of energy affects you less, right? So that's one area that I think Singapore definitely needs to work on. Singapore has achieved good efficiency level in terms of energy per GDP, but it doesn't mean that Singapore can stop here. And given that Singapore has a very good institution and strong government, the social structure can be reorganized in order to use energy more efficiently. So you can think of, say, transportation. That's an example. You look at the private vehicles. What do they do? Most of private vehicles stay in the car park for most of the days. It occupies scarce land space. Can we do anything about it? With some coordination, I believe we can. With the use of, smart technology, automation, artificial intelligence, this could play an important role. And, most private vehicle owners want comfortable transportation, but they don't necessarily want to, create a space for car park. They want to use the space for something else, right? Space is very expensive in Singapore. So, if you can, keep most of the cars on the road, put to good use, then, you can increase the efficiency of resources. And Singapore is small, and that has an advantage. You can create infrastructure. Currently, electric vehicles carry heavy batteries. If vehicles take energy from the road, you don't need it. Right? Of course, this cannot be done very easily. It requires massive investment in the infrastructure. Technology is there. In terms of efficiency, I'm not so sure, but with the advancement of technology, these surely pay off. So these are the kind of things that Singapore could potentially think about. And new technology, new model that is created in Singapore can be replicated elsewhere, which in turn creates a competitive advantage for Singapore.
So when you analyze the relationship between health and retirement, I don't see any difference between like low income and high income workers.
Yeah, we didn't look at that. We used that as a control, in fact. Yeah. We didn't look at the high income or low income, but we look at occupation, and task.
So for the low skill occupation, that health impact is stronger.
Yeah, low skill will be like people. If low skill is manual, physically demanding, then they tend not to take up the re-employment offers. Yeah. That's a good point, but we didn't look at by income.
talking about your paper, I do have a question about the reemployment issue, which is that what's the quality of the data like to know what the reemployment offers are like in terms of that they're basically the terms and so on. I mean, I guess you have got the admin data for income, but what can you see or what can you understand about it? Yeah.
We don't have detail on the offer. Yeah, not at all. We use the mandate in 2012 as an instrumental variable. So we can look at people who are untreated and non-treated, but we don't look at the quality of the employment offer. Yeah. But for health, the RHS data is linked to the amidst data. So right now we are requesting the RHS data to be linked to HDB to get us data so that we can also look at the monetization option. Yeah. But we don't have the quality of the employment offers. Yeah.
I guess in that case, one could interpret the result as also perhaps partially including maybe differences in the quality of the employment offer by industries or by tasks and so on, which could also maybe explain what you're finding as well partially.
But we do not know the quality of the offer, but we do know the workers' or respondents' experience in terms of job satisfaction and the occupation they are in. Yeah. So it's quite hard to infer the employment offer. But what is interesting is the willingness to rejoin. Seems like people who are younger, they are more willing to rejoin. So people who are like between 55 to 65, that was our cutoff. Yeah. At this age group, people tend to be more willing to rejoin the workforce. But once you are older, I think we also saw that people who are older, they tend to have more chronic illnesses. Compared to those like the newly active people, they had like 1.4 chronic illness. But you look at people who continue to be inactive, they had around about 2 chronic illness. So it's either diabetes, hypertension, things like this. Yeah. But the data is very rich. I think it takes a lot of time to run, and this had to be run in the lab. Yeah. So my 2 research assistants and 1 PhD student, they had to go to the secure lab to run the model. Yeah.
Great. Also want to say for what now because of COVID, so the government actually provide a lot of support for the Singapore household. In that, because we have in economics, we have habit formation. Is that possible to affect the future policy?
So you think about habit formation and future policies?
Right. So basically now, people need to get some support from the government, right? So in that case, that possible people in back in the future, if anything bad happens to me, I can also look for help from the government.
Yeah, so I think that's a very good point. So I think your concern is about whether the change in policies, maybe as a result of COVID and other things, right? We have a lot more income support and things like that now than we did 2 years ago. I guess your concern is about whether this might somehow change the expectations of households and therefore lead to differences in maybe work efforts or job retention and so on. Yeah, it's a very good question actually. I think, okay, so I think, let me see how to think about this. I think what has changed in the last couple of years is actually the expectations of the public for income support for higher income workers. And I think, I don't know whether this directly answers the question, but the narrative I'm going for, you see, is that I think there is a large group of lower income workers in Singapore who have always been somewhat familiar with the welfare system. Familiar with the welfare system doesn't mean that they're always applying for welfare, but what it means is that they generally understand, I think to some level, what are the available sources of help, how to go about applying for help, And for some you might say frequent flyers were help, okay? Those individuals might understand quite well how to get support as soon as possible if something happens to them. But what is, I think, different, right, about the last couple of years is that now you have a much larger group of Singaporeans in the middle income and higher income group who, because of a combination of COVID or competition from foreign payments or whatever it is, or just job disruption, they're actually encountering unemployment or disruptions in their regular career at a much higher rate than they used to before. Or even if they're not encountering themselves, nowadays they're much more likely to know somebody who something happened to them in the job market. And I think when you have this group who has never before had to actually look for government support and help, I think that's actually what's creating all of this demand today for unemployment support and other kinds of support targeted at middle to higher income Singaporeans. Because this wasn't a concern for them 10 or 20 years ago, where the maybe unemployment or job disruption for middle to high income Singaporeans is actually fairly low. But now it's much more of a reality. So I think that is actually what has changed. And I think whether this is good or bad, I think it's a bit hard to say actually. But I do expect that as the government announced, unemployment support and entitlement to these kinds of supports will actually become the norm in Singapore. Yeah. So I think that's a change. I don't know whether I answered the question though. I mean, I don't know whether the parameter of, the underlying job search parameter or something, I don't know whether that will change. Yeah, over time. But just more philosophically, right? I guess the question we would really like to answer as economists, I think, is whether the quality of job search and the decisions people make end up being better or more efficient in the presence of, for example, unemployment support and so on. I mean, that's kind of the big question, right? If you have unemployment support, on net, how does it change incentives and to what extent does it, for example, maybe encourage people to look, to get a better match, to find a better matching job, than to just find the next job available. And this is a big question, of course, but I think this is actually the thing that we would like to know more about in order to evaluate whether unemployment in Singapore, unemployment policy, is good or bad. Right? We would like to know more about this. Yeah. But I'm not sure I think of a good research design or way of estimating that parameter. Yeah.
Can I perhaps ask one question to
Sure.
I'm just curious to know what you think about whether the concept of retirement age is needed. In certain places where discrimination by age is, outlawed. Now, in Singapore, you have essentially retirement age. Is this something that will continue to be relevant as people get longer, and some of the people actually are pretty healthy in their 60s, 70s, and 80s?
Good question. I think Walter had spoken about this before. In the Singapore context, actually with contributory social security system, retirement age is not relevant. Yeah, it's important to some society when they have the defined benefit system because retirement age will be used to determine when you can receive the benefit, right? In our local context with CPF, seems like retirement age is not a main issue. In fact, retirement age is to give security to the workers that they continue to work if they want to work. Yeah. So for people who want to work, retirement age at least is a binding contract that they can look forward to work till retirement age and to get the re-employment offer as well. So the re-employment offer is different from retirement age because the terms of employment can change, but you have the option to take it or not. Yeah. So I think the whole thing about retirement and retirement age in Singapore the legislation is to protect the workers more than anything else. Yeah.
I suppose in thinking about this problem a bit more, it also strikes me as being odd in a way that we can't figure out a way
to adjust employment contracts in terms of employment more continuously. Because if you look at the reemployment, retirement and reemployment policy we have in Singapore, the entire point of the policy is to allow employers to more or less adjust the terms of employment for an employee who is older, but in a way that's hopefully kind of fair. But of course, you know, whether it's fair or not can be disputed by the employee. But the whole point is actually to adjust the terms, and often what happens is people come out with terms which are less, less good than what they were just one day before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the broader issue, of course, is that if we recognize that for many employees, there is a kind of like declining productivity or contribution, whatever they make after a certain age, then we could argue that what the employment system or what the wage or compensation system really needs to reflect is some kind of continuous way of adjusting for this. But for all sorts of reasons, no system actually does this, right? I mean, like, I can't think of a single employment system anywhere other than a system which pays you on a piece-free basis for everything that you do that actually adjusts for changes in capacity over time. You know, wages are just taking. So, yeah.
That brings us to the point that you raised earlier, whether we look at the quality of the offer, right? That's something to look around system. Yeah.
Sorry. We have a question from the Zoom. Okay. So this question is from Ms. Tracy Tan. It's for Dr. Tessera. Now, Minister Chan has once commented on the complexities of setting a poverty line for Singapore. So how is Singapore so different and complex as compared to other economies that we cannot set this line? So it's open here.
Sure. So the question is about the poverty line and whether you should set it, how do you set it. I guess when you look at many economies, honestly, how you set the poverty line is somewhat arbitrary in most cases. So the typical ways to do it are, you may decide, for example, that the poverty line should be a fraction of the median wage, or should be sitting at some percentile of the distribution of your income, right? Of course, if you set the poverty line that way, by definition, and especially if you set it as a percentile of the income, you will always have a certain number of poor people with you, right? Because it's going to be a moving target. But nonetheless, such a poverty line can still be useful because it is trying to measure in a way the concept of an income level below which a society believes that it would be very difficult, if not impossible, for that person to actually sustain a certain standard of living. The other way of approaching the poverty line problem is to instead define it based on the income or the resources required to attain a standard of living, and for that standard of living in turn to be based on some kind of study that tries to estimate what are the physiological, shelter, and human needs in a person, right? So such studies would typically try to estimate grocery budgets, housing budgets, and so on, and they may adjust the poverty line depending on the cost of living in different areas of the country. So why does Singapore not have a poverty line? You know, if I remember, okay, so again, I'm not going to attribute these arguments to anybody in particular, but I think the usual concerns that policymakers have raised about not wanting to cover poverty in Singapore is that they would often argue that there are certain elements in the poverty calculation, such as, for example, housing and shelter, which are not, which don't quite work the same way in Singapore as they do in other countries, right? So in Singapore, because of our HDB system, and because of the fact that the majority of the population, including low-income individuals, tend to own their homes, some people might argue that the typical need to try and include some kind of shelter element in the poverty line calculation just doesn't work out very well in Singapore because of all of the other subsidies and programs we have for housing, for example, right? So these arguments sometimes are made that you can't quite compare it apples to apples because of the other kinds of government support we have. So I mean, fine, I understand where these arguments are coming from, but at the end of the day, my concern personally is that whether you want to call it a poverty line or something else, I do feel that it is actually the government's responsibility to try to come up with a reasonable measure of basic needs or of deprivation in Singapore, and to not only come up with a measure, but actually to estimate what it is in the population and to track over time whether our policies are making a difference to the measure. I think that's really important, right? And the reason why I think that's important is in my presentation, I showed you that many of us, probably myself included, right, thought that there is no big problem with poverty in Singapore. And of course, we have low-income people, but many of us thought that we did not have widespread food insecurity or homelessness. Well, maybe we don't have widespread homelessness, but that study does show that 1 in 10 Singaporeans is food insecure at some point, which is, I think, quite troubling. So, without official attempts to measure some of these concepts, I think we're always at risk of having an incorrect view of the reality that Singaporeans have. So that's my view on that.
Thank you. Do we have any more? No more. I think time is up. Okay. With this, thank you very much.
So, next we'd like to invite Associate Professor Wu Haoming, Director of Department of Economics, NUS, to give his closing remarks. Professor Liu, please.
So now we come to the end of the EPC forum. So first, as a forum's coordinator, I would like to thank you for your participation, particularly for all the speakers and also the chairs, and for giving the tough situations that all we are facing. So the past year has been really tough for everyone. That's actually particularly probably the reason why we pick uncertainty and sustainability as our theme for these forums. So I believe one lesson at least we learn from that is we will face a lot of uncertainty in the future as well. And the sustainability growth could be the only way for us to go forward. Hopefully, the insights shared by our excellent speakers will help us to understand and prepare for various challenges we're going to face in our future. Finally, I would like to thank you, or thanks for our own staffs, particularly Levin and Yao to organize the event and to ensure it runs so smoothly. I thank you once again for your participation and wish you all happy and safe weekend ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Liu. We have now come to the end of the Singapore Economic Policy Forum 2021. Thank you everyone for today's event, and we look forward to seeing you at the Singapore Economic Policy Forum 2022. See you next year.